Okay.
Right. Good morning, everyone. You're welcome to day 2 of the Africa Energy Marketplace 8th edition, focused on Nigeria. This edition is implemented in partnership with the Federal Ministry of Power. It's themed towards Nigeria's sustainable energy future. The focus of this edition is the National Integrated Electricity Policy and Strategic Implementation Plan. For those that joined yesterday, thanks for joining and thanks for your participation yesterday. It was worthwhile. We're on to the second day. We'll start very quickly with session C, which is focused on the wholesale electricity market in Nigeria. Just a reminder that we have 6 days. We've done day 1. This is day 2. Sorry, we have 3 days with 6 sessions. We've done day 1. This is day 2. And at the end of the 6 sessions, we'll collate our findings or recommendations, and that will lead into the main event in May. And so you're encouraged to please turn on your participation, make contributions, engage, listen to what the panelists are sharing, and you have the question and answer session to respond or to ask your questions. And I'm certain that the chair and the moderator will do their best to carry everyone along through the session. So thank you very much. Over to you, Chair. Please take it.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. Can I be heard? I hope I can be heard.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Good morning, everybody, and I join Victor in welcoming all of us to this session. I'll just quickly run through a number of housekeeping and introductory statements or comments, and then we'll just try and get down to it as quickly as we can. We have a 5-item agenda, and we have already gone through the first. We have today looking at this question of the national wholesale electricity market in the context of the Electricity Act. We're going to be looking at market design questions, asking ourselves who the key players in this national wholesale electricity market will be, and what the roles of these key players are. If we recall, one of the first functions, if not the first function of NERC, is really around market design. And it speaks to the fact that our market is still a work in progress, even more so now with this Electricity Act. Today, we have a cross-section of participants from across the energy sector. And I'm saying energy because increasingly we recognize that this sector, which we've always known, but now even more than before, is one that implicates the entire value chain from gas and hydro fuel to the customer through generation, transmission, and distribution. I'm the chairman of this session for today. My name is Ayo Ekpo. I'm a consultant, currently doing some work with the United Kingdom Nigeria Infrastructure Advisory Facility, which is partnering along with the African Development Bank in working with the Ministry of Power and the Honorable Minister of Power in trying to deliver the function, the very first task of the minister, which is a national electricity policy and a strategic implementation plan. With me is Chigoziri Egeruo, who is a power systems engineer with African Development Bank. And today, as Victor has said, our session is dedicated to looking at the wholesale market. And it's one of the 6 sessions over the first 3 days of this week that will look at just having a virtual discussion around the key questions implicated by desire of having a national electricity policy, the various aspects of what that wider, larger policy will be, and then developing questions which will then be discussed at the physical national dialogue that will take place on the 7th and the 8th of May, in another less than 3 weeks from now. Our objectives today are fourfold. We're going to identify the stakeholders and try and bring some clarity to the roles of each of these shareholders, and we hope that we'll identify them. This clarity is really essential if we are going to govern our market in the right ways, both from the public policy side and from the operating side, and then enable us to have better oversight. Second, we will look at structures. What kind of corporate structures, what kind of market structure, what kind of operating structure is ideal if we are to drive as early as we can competition. Yeah.
If I may, please, just quickly. IT, Tanya, can you put out the presentation for the chair? I think he's gone ahead a bit. Sorry, Chair. I just noticed your presentation wasn't rolling along with you. Okay.
Right. So I'm actually on the
take it to the objectives slide.
I'm actually on the next slide, which is objectives.
Yeah.
So as I said, next slide, which is objectives. As I said, today we will take a look at key stakeholders and their roles. We'll also look at the ideal market structures in which these key players will operate, and recognizing that the wholesale market is really about the generation and the transmission side of the business, largely across borders. We'll spend some time trying to just ask ourselves questions around facilitating transmission infrastructure. And finally, for this session, we would like to conclude.
Hello? Is it okay now?
Yeah, I
Hello?
just want you to go to the, I just want you to go to the next slide.
Please, can you put it in the presentation mode, Tanya?
Hello?
Can you put it in the presentation mode?
Hello? Is it okay now?
Tanya, can you hear us? Can you put it in the presentation mode?
Okay, what I'll suggest, it's not critical at the moment that we have. I'll just go through the objectives, and then Chigo will take us through the next slides after that. Maybe Solomon, if you can, in the background, just try and see what we can do with IT following as we go along. We'll just try and see whether participants can come along with us without necessarily seeing the presentation, so that we don't break the flow. Yeah, good. So we're there now. All right. Quickly, let me just recap the objectives. Identify stakeholders and their roles. 2, talk about how we can think through market structures that will foster competition and ensure that downstream consumers get the best quality service that they can get. Thirdly, recognizing that transmission and generation are really the key elements of the wholesale market. What can we do, thinking through how we can leverage as efficiently as possible financing structures for facilitating the growth of our transmission grid in the country. And because of that, we'll probably ask ourselves whether a single grid or a number of regional grids is the ideal for us. And then we'll conclude with recommendations around the items that we are agreed upon, the items that we think are still open and to be discussed. And hopefully we'll then propose, as much as we can, specific policy initiatives that we will take to the dialogue in May. At this point, having then looked at where we want to land today, I'll just hand off to Chigo and ask him to take us through the rest of this early stage of the discussion. Chigo.
Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. So I think the explanation has done justice to most of the things we're going to say. So the aim of this is to also explain that quite a lot of work has been going on at the background in order to get this presentation today and discussion with the stakeholders ready. And one of them has been to review what we are already doing in the market and also select the best of the colleagues that can discuss this. What we're talking about today, like was earlier mentioned by the chair, is how to operationalize a national wholesale electricity market. Of course, we all understand what a typical market is. You have the buyers and you have the sellers. And buy in bulk, you can buy in pieces. So right now what we have is a bulk trading system. In the presentation, if some of you did attend yesterday, and we do appreciate it, one of the commissioners did mention that the bulk licensing, they have more than one. So the implication is that a market can be larger. A market can actually, it functions well when it's actually competitive. If you're looking at the diagram on the screen, you see typically what we have existing in the market. The distribution companies have a vesting contract with AEMP. We have a panelist here who understands this very well, who also works in setting it up. And then the AEMP actually buy in bulk from the GENCOs and sell it to the DISCOs, collect the money from the DISCOs and pay back to the GENCOs. There's something is very critical here. The GENCO and the transmission company and the DISCO makes up the infrastructure. The commercial aspect of it is the market. The infrastructure that will enable the commercial aspect to function is also important. So on the right side of the slide, you see what we think should be the key points. And we don't claim to know it all. That is why there is a question and answer open there for you to, if you think that we haven't done justice to it, please, by all means, put up your question and we're going to gather. So the key points you're looking at here is, if you want to go from a market, where you do buy in bulk to a competitive wholesale market, what are the usual challenges you will have when you're transiting, and how long will it take? Do we need to redefine the roles of all the regulators? Do we need to look at the transmission system operator? Can we have one or more than one? Can we have maybe one independent system operator and more than one transmission system provider, knowing very well that there is a lot of work that needs to be done? And the chair did explain earlier that, do we have to look at this in regional terms? So this takes me to point 3, where we need to look at the TSP function. Can we decentralize along the regional lines, which is already existing because they do operate the transmission network in regions, even though you see it as a bulk network, so that it will be easier to raise capital, more efficient and more nimble to actually work on focusing on having a competitive market that will attract more generation and also allow the consumers to have enough electricity, and make sure that this is also done in a viable manner. So these are the things we think we're going to discuss today. Next slide. So in the bid to do that, we are going to look through a couple of questions. The first is to look at the electricity that actually did mention that we have to go into a wholesale market. We need to look at who should be the key players, what are their respective corporate structures, who will take on the regulatory role or roles in this new market. And when we talk about NEC, do we need to look at the structure of NEC again and revisit it and say, how do we make it more efficient in line with this requirement, and how will this be done? We're looking at one of our panelists to look at that. The next panelist will look at the risk that will happen when we establish this market. It's not all about establishing the market. We're going to have 1 or 2 risks, and we need to look at how this can be done, especially with respect to private sector, whom we wish to attract to bring in the capital to develop the market. We can't do this without the transmission system provider and an independent system operator who is going to make sure that plans are done efficiently so that tariffs can be as affordable as possible and also as optimal as possible. So we have to look at these facilitators and see what are the challenges in terms of policies that we can have, looking at establishing them and in the right way and making them very, very effective, playing in this field and making sure that this market is established. the chair did mention earlier when he said he called this energy sector, not power sector, is increasingly clear that you cannot look at the power sector in isolation from the energy sources, the water, the gas. And right now in Nigeria, we have more than 80% thermal plants. So we can keep looking at this in terms of power, but we cannot run away from where gas is. And we are still a gas country, so we cannot develop our power sector without gas. So to make sure that we have a thriving wholesale market, we need to bring in gas. We need to look at the policies and governance structures that is required to make sure that the gas to power will have a seamless handshake, which seems to be one of the things bedeviling the market, and to ensure that this can be encouraged for a viable wholesale. Let's go to the next slide. The next 4 questions will also be to look at how we operationalize this market. We'll start again with looking at infrastructure design. Does it support a wholesale market? Can it be rejigged to support a wholesale market? And is there a growth for stable wholesale market that can be facilitated by a single grid or a regional or even a state grid? So we also pose that question. And then the major thing we're discussing today, which is a market, will be to review whether a single buyer model of a wholesale market was a good idea. And even if it was a good idea and wasn't properly operationalized, could it have existed side by side with other practices in terms of trading, eligible customer, and embedded generation, even a wholesale competitive market? This also poses a question that let us look at: how do we transit? Do we scrap off what is existing and start a new one, or do we run them side by side and transit very quickly? And then we have to also look at the lessons we learned from embed, and the single buyer model is very important that you learn lessons. And finally, we conclude by looking at what should we plan in terms of investment. This cannot be done without investment. Power flows through lines and cables. So we have to also know how we plan this investment so that we also know who to bring in to invest and when this will be done. Next slide. So at the end of it, we expect each of the panelists to actually give us a clear policy recommendation for each of those questions. Some of them can be merged into a major policy recommendation. Some of them can come out with 1 or 2 other policy recommendations. What you see on screen is a sample policy recommendation, not a clear cut. We also encourage you to, while listening, to also make suggestions as colleagues or listeners to what you think could be a good policy recommendation. We need a clear directive that should be issued to the regulator on the next steps to create a wholesale market. That is the main aim. After having reviewed the risk, what is required in terms of investment, lessons we have learned from other practices we've been doing before, we need a very clear policy directive. And after that directive, we also want it to be implemented immediately. This is not a patience game. This is something that we should do like we started yesterday. So a detailed implementation plan that outlines the processes, the timelines that we need to establish this effectively, especially for the TSP and the independent system operator, in line with what the Act stated should immediately come out as a policy recommendation. And this plan will be very clear. It should be clear in terms of structures, in terms of governance model, in terms of how the establishment will be done. And this will be one of the things that will be approved out of this activity that we're doing today. Next slide. So I will hand over to the chair and say, please, over to you, sir. Let's start. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thanks, Chigo. Thank you, Chigo. So let's stay back on the slides. At this point, what I should be doing now is introducing our panelists, right? And we have 7 today that we are engaging with. First, George Wangu. Professor Wangu is not only a professor of law and who specializes in PPPs, but is also a director in North-South Power, which is the concessionaire for the Shiroro hydroelectric power company. George will be speaking with us today. Alongside him will be Bitai Adeniji. Bitai Adeniji is also a lawyer, a managing partner in ENR Consulting. Along with him, Engineer Kabiru Adamu, who is GM System Planning at the Transmission Company of Nigeria, TCN. We have quite a number of lawyers today. Another lawyer will be on this platform, Ayodele Oni. Ayodele is a Dr. Oni, if I should address him properly, is an author, prolific author, and of books in the energy space, an expert in energy and mining, and principal partner at Bloomfield Law. Longe Alonge Yesufu Longe Alonge is, for those of us who know him, was the first director of origination and business development at NBET. He's now with Seplat as general manager of the power business at Seplat. I'm sure the questions around the wholesale market, bulk trading, and all that will be dealt with properly by him. We have the privilege with us of being with us today, Dr. Sam Amadi, who's former chairman at the Nigeria Electricity Regulatory Commission and also a professor of law. And finally, Stephen Ayuba is STA, Senior Technical Advisor to the Authority Chief Executive of the Nigerian Mid and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority. So, gentlemen, these are the 7 gentlemen who will be with us today, just talking through the questions. I'll now go straight ahead to the first question. I don't know if Sam has been able to join us, but if he hasn't, I will skip the question I intend for him, which is around the market design and the market structure, and just go to the very next one. Is Sam with us still? Is Sam with us yet?
I've not been able to see him.
Okay, no problem. No problem.
So let's skip that and go ahead. All right.
Yeah, if he doesn't join us, I'll have Bite Adeniji and perhaps Longe try and deal with the questions that we had lined up for him. Second question for the day, key question for the day, and I'll direct that to George, Professor Wangu. What do you think are the perceived risks to establishing an effective national wholesale market? And what do you think should be done, can be done to encourage more private sector participation? So, George, questions 1A for you, the risks in your view to establishing the national wholesale market, and question 1B, what should be done to mitigate those risks and encourage private sector participation? George.
Thank you, Chair. I hope you can hear me. Everyone can hear me.
Very clearly. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. So going right into it, as we transition, some of the risks that I see, I'll start with regulatory uncertainty risk. Apart from, the usual players in the sector, you have NEC, you have the TSP, you have the ISO. We're going to try to figure out how they will operate in the new arrangement. But something that, apart from, we need to make them coordinate, but something that I need to point out, and which I've noticed, is the multiplicity of regulators in the sector. I'm not just talking about the traditional regulators, NEC. So I use the hydropower sector that I'm very familiar with for as an example. So you have NEC, economic regulation, technical regulation. You have BPE, you regulating, asking to do, you report to BPE, you send them the documents. You have ICRC intervening, doing, coming in to do their own bit of regulation. You have NEMCO coming in to determine which assets you should use and which one belongs to them. Then you have Ministry of Power, of course. Then you have the political regulators. You have the Senate Committee on Power, Senate Committee on Privatization, Senate Committee on Public Complaints. Then you replicate that across at the House of Assembly level as well. I hope that as we transition, that we're not going to just multiply these regulatory bodies by 2. So that is something we need to deal with. Right.
Okay.
The second risk, and I just want to be very quick so that The second thing that I need us to risk that I perceive is, of course, the commercial and contractual uncertainties. I mean, you look at our governments at the federal level, we've witnessed that it's been very difficult for them to meet their obligations, their contractual obligations. The legacy debts are a clear indication of this. I mean, it's obvious to everyone. So I hope as we transition that the states are not going to also, it's likely to be, there's a sense that it might increase, this risk might increase as we transition and the states also join. How are we going to deal with this? Then, of course, the issue of inadequate infrastructure is very key, but because looking at it from the private sector perspective, if there are no infrastructure, it increases the capex, and if it increases capex and opex, what it does is that it also increases the tariff and potentially increases the subsidies that come in. So we need to mitigate this risk by ensuring that at the federal, at the state level, that this infrastructure is provided. This government needs, at different levels, need to understand that this is actually an enabler, and it brings in private sector investment and reduces the tariff in the long run. Then you, of course, the common one, which is the one we know, the economic risk, which economic risk includes foreign exchange risk, and not just the instability, but access. Private sector investor would not want to, of course, make an investment today in dollars, and then in a few months down the line, the actual investment diminishes because of the way the currency is fluctuating. And I really do not understand why we keep privatizing assets denominating it in dollars. I don't understand it. It appears as if government agencies are dollarizing the economy by privatizing. If you look at all the privatizations that are done, it's been denominated in dollars, and we keep doing it. And then down the line, we run into trouble when the currency loses value, because then we need to index a lot of it to the dollar. Then it affects the tariff. It's just destabilizes the whole sector. So one advice is that when we privatize, we should look at privatizing within our local currency, Naira. It's better for us. Now, how do we encourage private sector investments, really, generally? I would say, for one thing, it is through proper risk management. Proper risk, if you have to take anything away, it needs to be risk management. And this is, when I talk about risk management, means how we allocate and mitigate risk in every project. And I will give you a live example. I'll round up by using a live example to explain this. One of the major problems we face in the power sector is that the generation we have today far outstrips the ability for us to transmit or distribute. It's evident. We should be looking at how to deal with this issue. How do we utilize this excess capacity, capture this excess capacity, utilize it, and make sure that they're not wasted and that they're used for the benefits of customers. And it's easy. If we look at this, if we're going to use this as a project, first of all, we identify the risk, which is, where does this problem exist? What are the which geographical location? And if you pick out, for instance, if you pick out the FCT, for instance, you say, okay, I want to supply power to the Idu Industrial Cluster. You ring-fence the Idu Industrial Cluster as a project. then you need to make sure you allocate risk properly. Who do I give? What do you give to the private sector? Do you give them financing risk, EPC risk, operational risk? Government would, of course, take care of regulatory and economic risk and deal with them. Then you need to make this project bankable. You mitigate the risk. There are a lot of risks that will come up that will likely prevent the success of this project. How will the private sector recover its investment? If private sector is going to invest in infrastructure to make this project viable, it will lead to increase in tariff. Is that tariff affordable? If it's not affordable, do we need subsidies? How do we infuse government support into the project like guarantees? It's really, really important, because the problem, one of the major problems we have is dealing with the outcome of guarantees. How do we monitor and track this? Because when you give guarantees, it creates contingent liabilities. And when governments have to deal with these contingent liabilities, and it can be overwhelming. It can be overwhelming. So we need to, this is basically the way we need to think through the process. And if I need to make a policy recommendation, it's important, because I've also worked in the Ministry of Finance. I was the PPP coordinator, so I could see where the problem, I could see everything. And what I would suggest is that we need to have an investment risk mitigation plan. We do not. What we have is an ad hoc, it's to make ad hoc interventions here and there. We need to have a plan. And when you offer guarantees, for instance, it is guarantees crystallize, possibly that they crystallize and turn into an obligation, a debt obligation exists. So you need to provide a budget. You need to make a budget, have a budget, and make sure that these things are budgeted for. And you need to have a way of tracking these contingent liabilities, because once they are made, people forget that they exist until they crystallize. But somebody needs to be tracking these liabilities and making sure that we're preventing it from crystallizing. We're providing the resources to deal with them when they crystallize. And so it's important. The need, if you take anything away, is the need to make have an investment, a risk mitigation plan. Thank you. I hope I didn't overshoot the time.
You did, but it's okay. Because you're a professor, we understand. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, George. So you took us through a bit of the risks, and then at the end made a suggestion around policy and this investment risk mitigation plan. We'll go on to the next question, but before I do, I forgot to mention something very important. We will be administering a poll, and we'll administer this poll twice. We'll administer the same questions twice. The first will be now, and I'll ask IT to put up the poll questions, and you just simply follow the instructions and indicate your answers to the poll questions. And then at the end of the discussion, we'll administer the poll again to see whether our thinking on these questions have shifted in any way. That's one. The other point which I'd like to make is to ask us to please, panelists, if we can keep ourselves to within the 5-6 minute range in answering our questions, so that we take the first hour or so for our interventions, and then leave the floor open to the panelists to also make comments and questions that we will still respond to. So please, Chigo, can you get IT to put up the poll questions?
Can you please put on the polls, please? Thank A bit of patience is coming on. Okay, here it is, please. Okay, you can open it. Panelists should not try voting, okay? You are the one setting the question. You can.
Can you scroll up so that we can see the next question? Chico, can you get IT to move up to the next question? I'm not sure. I can't see the next question. I can only see
You can
the
scroll and you will see all the questions. When you scroll down, you will see all the questions.
Right. Okay, good.
You can see all the questions. Yes.
So we just scroll ourselves, right?
Yes.
Yes, okay. I've done that. So I can see the 3 questions. We'll take another, I don't know, half a minute, and then we'll go on to the next question for the panelists. Okay, so I believe Sam is here now. Chigo, I think I saw his name. Sam, are you here? Sam, can you unmute yourself if you are with us? Okay, I thought I saw Sam's name on the list of. I did. I can. Yeah, he's here and he's unmuted. So Sam, you're not. Good. Sam, you're here. Okay, I think there's a slight challenge with your. Yes. Okay, Sam, we can hear you now.
Sorry, I had an emergency, so I logged out for a minute, but I'm here and I can hear you.
Very good. Okay, so we'll move on to the next question for our discussion, and that is, it was actually the very first one. We wanted that question to help set the tone of the discussions. So Sam, the question for you is, in the context of the Act, the Electricity Act of 2023, who would be the key players in the national wholesale market? Question 1A. Question 1B, what would be their respective corporate structures, and what would be their roles or role, if it's only one player you see, in this market? And then finally, with NERC, in regard to NERC, do you see a need to rethink the structure of NERC or even its objectives and how NERC has operated up to this point in time? So it's around this, the primary focus of this market design, and those are the questions for you. There are 3 of them. Hopefully you answer, but as you conclude your answer in the next 5-6 minutes, please give us 1 or 2 policy recommendations for dealing with any issues that you would raise in answering the questions. Thank you, Sam.
Thank you. I'm sorry for doing it. I'm on the road, so I won't put my video on. So the wholesale electricity market has been proposed, of course, is a market of purchase and sale of power by not retailers, but now those who buy wholesale to further sell to or maybe sell to end users or for self-consumption. So critically, the way the new Electricity Act is set up now, the conventional generators and distribution companies would be key actors. Again, we expect that depending on how the states roll out their own electricity markets, probably we'll see state-based electricity market distributors. Eligible customers, some large undertakings that buy wholesale, will also key actors in that structure. And again, of course, the ISO, the system operator, the system operator, and GSP service provider will be key players. The real thing here is that there'll be some kind of exchange, either based on bilateral contracts between these generators and distribution companies and other eligible customers and off-takers. Again, with focus on renewable energy in the New Electricity Act, the issues around maybe would there be consumers or self-generators of renewable energy who might have the capacity and be willing to put into the wholesale market. Now, the other issue is how would this play with the way the market's laid out? We already have the bulk trader who is now the single buyer, some would say. In that wholesale market, the bulk trader obviously will not play that role. And they have to expire. NEC will have to create protocols and take in order, which dispatch will happen. Usually clear price, clear out, who the least cost producer, the least cost, you start with the least cost maybe, and then you go down to the more expensive power. So that protocol has to be set up, and that will require NEC playing a more active role and then taking, maybe shielding some of the roles he play. Now, the other thing too, I would like to also emphasize is how this market will kind of intersect or, with state electricity market. Arguably, maybe some states or regions as they evolve, may sort of also their own wholesale market, maybe power exchange. So how will the national wholesale market interact with the regional or state-based wholesale market if we're going to have off-takers who are distribution companies who are also taking power from the national grid from maybe those states as well. On the part of NEC, I think the key point here is that with the way the Electricity Act has been set up, and NEC has to shade. I've always taken the view that NEC should maybe be like FAC in the UK, in the US, in the sense that NEC would take away all forms of consumer protection services, meaning that the states could be the ones set up the regulatory agencies that will, manage consumer side of things, and NEC will basically focus on regulating or managing, setting up the structure and the rules and the codes to guide wholesale city market and transmission network in terms of interstate power transportation. Will there be change in the next structure? I think maybe not so much in terms of the way the commission is set up, the chairman and the commissioners, and the way they meet in the quick judicial and the regulatory and the legislative function. Not much will change, but what will now change is that it's changing the function. NEC will probably move away from some of the retail consumer protection work they do, and then focus more on commercial and technical regulation, especially as it relates to the protocols for a wholesale market. The key point is bilateral contracts. Whether it be based on bilateral contracts and how would those contracts be entered between who and who. Already the market is moving towards some kind of bilateral contracts or simulating it in terms of willing buyer, willing seller. So we might see the three constraints. One would be capacity in terms of generation. You need to
we have lost
to run a wholesale market. I mean, reliability supply to based on their contract. The renewable energy will pose a challenge both for grid management as well as how to organize private consumers who want to sell renewable energy into the grid. Thank you, Ayo. I hope I didn't overshoot.
Okay, no, you didn't. We just didn't hear the beginning of your final comment. So if you can repeat that final comment that you made.
Okay, I think the final comment I said is that the work will be more around how you create the protocols for dispatch, for bilateral market between the discos also and the large the wholesale, the generators and the discos, and also some consumers themselves who the energy efficiency, the energy renewable energy regulation might create where some consumers may supply to the grid in terms of sale of energy. So do we have that kind of rules that will allow that? And I said finally, we see maybe already a simulation of bilateral contracts, and I think that the key problem for us here will be both the grid management issues around ISO and TSP, as well as how NEC will now move away from retail of consumer protection and focus more on how to manage wholesale market in terms of bilateral contracts and, dispatch of power on pecking order, on merit-based dispatch.
Okay. Thanks, Sam. Okay, so key takeaway, key players are the larger players, cross-border generation, transmission, and then NERC should move gradually away. I guess the question then would be the speed at which that evolution takes place, how we manage that evolutionary process of moving away from retail and focusing more on wholesale regulatory activity. Okay, so thanks a lot, Sam, for your own contributions. Before we move to the next question, we will look at the poll results. I was thinking that we would look at both sets of poll results after, but the people who are controlling me in the background, as you know, those of us who are the chairman always have people controlling them behind you. You don't see those guys. But it's wiser, I think, for us to look at the poll results now, the results of the first poll. So let's put them up. Okay, good. So what is your understanding of a national wholesale electricity market? And it's a single choice question. 48% of us think that this is about changing the role of the bulk trader to a market where there are multiple buyers and multiple sellers. Okay, scrapping the role of the single buyer. That's 48% of us. 39% of us think that believe that we understand this market to be one in which we are scrapping the role of a single buyer and having central market operators who manage many buyers and sellers. And finally, just 13% of us, 9 out of the 67 participating, believe that having a wholesale market, our understanding of it is we have a wholesale market in which we sell to various regional and state market bulk buyers. Okay, fine. Second question is easier. It's a yes or no. Can the wholesale electricity market start with the way our infrastructure is today? 57% of us think yes, and the rest of us think no. I guess you would say that 57% have won, but I would ask the 43%. It's important to know, why do they think it can't start now? It would have been interesting to find out why the 43%, and that's a significant number, by the way, believe that we can't start the wholesale electricity market with infrastructure as it is today. Third question, what should be the priority in setting up the wholesale electricity market in the country? Two options: fix the network infrastructure to ensure that demand and supply match before establishing the entity. 75% of us think so, which is interesting considering that 57% said yes to the previous question. 75% of us now think that we need to fix the network infrastructure to ensure that demand matches supply before establishing the entity. And 25% of us think that we need to establish the entity first. Okay, so these are the answers to our poll. We will ask these same questions again at the end. I think I can exercise my prerogative as chairman to say that I'm curious about the contrast between the answers to questions 2 and 3. One would have thought that they would follow the question 3. The answers to question 3 would follow the answer to question 2, but I may be wrong. Anyway, we will take a look at that at the end. We'll close the poll for now and then move on to the next question. And this is really a question for Bite Adeniji. Bite, are you ready? We want to ask you to just look at TSP and ISO. These are trade facilitators in the wholesale electricity market. What do you think are the likely challenges, policy or otherwise, that you see ahead of fully establishing them and making them effective players in this putative wholesale electricity market? So, Bite, if you're ready, please just take us through what you think and what policy prescriptions you would propose to dealing with any issues that you see. Thanks, Peter.
Right. Thank you, Ayo. The Electricity Act, new one, 2023, basically creates the prospect of a transition to an ultimate independent system operator, basically the unbundling of the systems operator from TCN. And that makes a lot of sense, given that currently the systems operation function is embedded in TCN and it's not been undertaken properly. But ultimately, my answer to the question will take coordinates from the current problems in the transmission system, right? Being it is weak, there's been evidence of frequent grid collapses, right? And we find that TCN has been unable to cover its costs, right, which have hampered its investment plans. So there's a problem with infrastructure. So you need to be able to have a system whereby there's significant investment in infrastructure to address transmission infrastructure, so that we can now have a situation where power is being wheeled around the system that is actually set up properly. So that's the TCN issue. That's just one part of that problem. The other part of the problem, of course, is that you have to look at the structure of the transmission system. Is it fit for purpose? There's been arguments that you need a disaggregated transmission infrastructure, so you can have regional grids, and that could lead to more efficiency. So I think that's something that needs to be looked at very closely, especially now that you're also disaggregating the entire industry more towards infrastructure investments on the generation side to state governments. So you might want to look at regional grids. But to make that possible, you need to look very closely at the interfaces. Interface is very key. Interfaces between TCN and the GENCOs, the way the transmission system is now operated by the systems operator. So that leads me to a segue into the systems operation, because that unbundling now needs to be done in a manner that makes sure that we have a systems operator that is actually efficient. And to do that, you're going to need a systems operator that is well funded. So we'll go back again to the issue of funding, right? Who will own the systems operator, right? How will they be funded? How will they be governed? And those are very big issues. You've got different models where there's a model whereby the systems operator is owned by all the critical market participants. But then that calls into question its independence. Or do you want one where the systems operator is owned by an independent private sector party that has no relationship with the market participants? That's got to be looked at very closely. So that's a big issue. Now, back to infrastructure, the current system where the system is managed without an efficient SCADA system now needs to be resolved. Again, that is funded. So one of the critical recommendations that I would definitely be making is that you need to make sure that the infrastructure segment, right, is fully funded. Will they be government owned, or are you going to now require private sector capital to come in, right? Either to own it or to be concessioned out to the private sector. Those are the big issues that need to be resolved, and they are big issues because we've seen a lot of pushback in the past. But I think we're at the point now where we need to actually confront the issue of how the infrastructure system, the transmission system, will be owned and managed and structured going forward. Those will be my big issues.
Okay. Thanks, Peter. The big takeaway is okay, we do appreciate that there will be a TSP and an ISO, but key questions, two of them. Governance, I think the governance model, the ownership and governance model is pretty much straightforward for the TSP. They'll probably still remain government owned, but that then takes us into the question around financing, which is noted. The governance question is a lot bigger from what you say with the ISO. And the issue there is how do we assure its independence in its operation? So that is noted. Finance is critical in both of them, but governance is even more important in the case of the ISO. But you didn't really propose a prescription for that ownership question for the ISO, and I would like you to think about it. And then when we're concluding, I would like you to be categorical. Don't speak like a lawyer. Don't say on one hand and on the other hand. Give us a precise prescription. Okay. So think about it. And then I'll ask you at the end.
Yes.
For the moment, for the attendees, we are still waiting for comments and questions from you. We've had 3 speakers up till this point in time, and they've each tried to, and I think successfully so, lay out the issues for each of the segments that they've had to deal with. Would like you to intervene with your questions, your comments, and even proposals, if you have any definitive that you can put on the table, and we will filter them, and Chigo will then pass them on to me. And at the end of all the 7 interventions, we will then I will direct your questions and comments to specific panelists here. So with that, I will go on to Stephen Ayuba from NMDPRA. Stephen, the power sector today in Nigeria is really underpinned by what you guys in the midstream give to us, and that is gas, processing, transportation, and then supply of gas. And it's clear that a thriving wholesale market in this country will be dependent into the foreseeable future, well into the foreseeable future, on gas. So what do you think are the policies and governance requirements that are needed for a seamless handshake that enables or supports the gas to power market? And what prescriptions would you propose to encourage a financially viable wholesale electricity market, knowing that that market is also underpinned by your sector, which is gas? So, Stephen.
All right, good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to be part of the panelists in this session. Very clearly, the gas sector is very critical to the success of the electricity industry. And working from the regulatory space, we clearly take the electricity sector as a critical part of what the gas supply arrangements in Nigeria must be able to ensure optimal performance on. Now, to go strictly into the question that have been asked, what are the policies and the governance requirements that are needed to ensure that there's a strategic alignment of the gas to the power sector, which will encourage financial viability of the wholesale gas market? I will say that all the policies and all the governance measures that must be taken, and I'm going to share a few of what we're doing from our regulatory space, but all the governance, all the policies and all the governance measures that must be taken to ensure that gas is optimally made available to sustain this very critical sector of our economy must be characterized by 3 very important attributes. Number 1, those policies and those governance measures must be couched and developed in a manner where they guarantee optimal security of gas availability to the gas sector. And a few of some of those policies that are currently being driven from the regulatory space in the midstream and the downstream gas sector. I'm going to list them very shortly. But number two, policies and governance measures that will then ensure that you have a viable national wholesale market in the power sector must also ensure that there's an effective cross-sectoral collaboration that will continue to unlock the high gas demand opportunities that we've seen from this sector that we play in. So clearly, we know that in the domestic gas market sector, the greater consumers of gas is the power sector. But much more than what the power sector is currently doing, the growth outlook that the gas sector is currently carrying, particularly if you then go into the program that this sector is running, which is then built around seeking to deepen the use of gas within this decade from the year 2021 into 2030, you're going to find that one of the critical enabler or thematic area that that program is heavily hinging on is the need to grow the credible demand that is required to support the required optimal supply that the gas market needs. And when you disaggregate the major contributors of the critical demand for this sector, particularly in the domestic gas market, you'll find that the electricity sector comes out tops. So clearly, any policy that must be put in place, particularly now that this sector is looking at in placing policies that will govern how the performance of this sector is sustainably maintained. We must be careful enough to ensure that those policies enforce and requires that there is an optimal cross-sectoral collaboration that will then just sustain what the gas supply segment is doing. And then number three, you will also find that it is critical to note and to ensure that every policy that is being developed for this sector going forward, those policies must then be couched in such a way that all the key regulators, so I'll speak for regulators now, and all the key regulators that are very key to ensuring that these policies perform optimally, those policies and those governance measures must then ensure that it promotes efficient regulatory service delivery and sustainable development of the sectors that we play. Very quickly, around the first point. So what are some of the policies that are being critically and urgently driven from the gas supply end to ensure that gas availability is guaranteed for the electricity subsector? Number one, the PIA has made it a mandatory requirement to ensure that the regulators guarantee the assurance of voluntary upstream supply of gas. And there are quite a lot of measures that have been placed in the act to then ensure that upstream suppliers of gas are able to do that on a qualified basis. And that qualification is voluntary supply. Now, what are some of the measures that are being put in place, moral policy measures that are being put in place to ensure that that happens? Now, right pricing of gas to the entire gas utilization value segment needs to be put in place. And all of us are aware that that tax has been taken on 1st of April or 2nd of April this year. The new pricing regime as recommended by the PIA saw the regulator in placing the new domestic base price, which is then going to be the price for power. So right pricing is very important. Ensuring that critical effective market linkage of supply and demand is then another policy push that the regulator and in fact the government on the gas supply side is pursuing. Now, we've worked extensively, particularly with our counterparts in NEC and the entire players in the GENCO value chain of this industry to then ensure that one of the key regulatory instruments that we have to ensure that transmission and delivery of gas is done optimally through the network code, that document will become a document that can then really improve how gas is supplied. Very recently, you're going to see the Ref 1 of the Nigerian Gas Transportation Network Code being launched, so that wherever gas is required, supply through an effective infrastructural system will ensure that that is done. And very interestingly, again, you will find that in the provision of the PIA to then help direct some of the critical investment that is required in the infrastructural sector. There's a provision of a fund, which is the mid and downstream gas infrastructural fund. That fund is supposed to help to ensure that investment in that segment is direct. Maybe I'll make a last point here and then make a recommendation on how the policies that are being considered for development here must then be made to ensure that gas supply is optimal. Number 3, in placement of key regulatory frameworks and licenses are being put in place to support the growth of the domestic gas sector. So sometimes in Q4 of last year, you will remember that for the first time, the gas aggregation license was actually issued in Nigeria. Now, gas aggregation license is then a regulatory instrument that it's intended to be used to ensure that gas supply to the critical strategic sector of the economy, which power is number 1, a gas supply is optimally guaranteed. And discuss around some of those other points, but within the 5 minutes that I have, if I need to make a policy recommendation, what will I then be putting on the table this morning? One of the critical risks that our sector, that's the sector for gas supply, one of the critical risks that we have experienced from sister sector, which is power, it's the need to have the assurance of payment for gas supply guarantee. So if I want to make a recommendation that the policy outcome of for the power sector must consider, I will say policies must ensure that gas payment assurance, that gas supply performance linked should be considered. Now, where our sector has optimal guarantee of payment assurance, I can tell you that very certainly a lot of some of the many issues that we need to go around to ensure that gas is always made available can be guaranteed. So a policy that will support gas payment assurance that is backed by optimal supply of gas, I think will be a very good way to go. Thank you. Let me stop here for the moment.
Okay. Thank you very much, Steve. Thank you. Thank you. I'll just go on to the next question so that we take a little bit more time with questions. And Steve, I think we already have a question for you, I believe, so I'll probably come back to you. Engineer Damu, you are the infrastructure planning expert amongst all of us. The rest of us talk and you are the doer. So tell us, what do you think about the current infrastructure design and its ability to support efficient trading at wholesale level, right? That's the A part of your question. And then the B part is, do you think that the growth of a stable national wholesale market should be facilitated by a single national grid or by a collection of regional grids? And whatever option you prefer or you think is ideal for us, what would then be the policy precepts or initiatives that you'd like to see to have that implemented? So, Engineer Adamu, please, this two-part question is for you in the next 6 minutes or thereabouts.
Thank you very much. If we are to start with the current design of the system infrastructure, I think first is to look at it from the very basic of it, where we have for the transmission system, 2 voltage levels that are used for the power transmission from the generation side to the load side. We have the 330 kV network. We also have the 132 kV networks. These are at the transmission level. At the distribution system level, we have 3 voltage levels, which are the 33 kV voltage levels, 11 kV voltage levels, and the end user voltage levels at 0415 kV. Now, the 330 kV and 132 kV networks are spread across the entire system as it is today. It is also expanding on a continuous basis in order to meet the growing electricity needs of the country and to ensure adequate spread across the entire country. So all generators in the market are actually connected to this transmission grids either at the 330 kV system or at the 132 kV system. While all the load offtake points by the distribution companies and also by the eligible customers are connected at the interfaces of the transmission through either 132 or 33 kV interfaces. Now, with this kind of arrangement, it is clear that participation in the market is already having the relevant interfaces to connect. And the way electricity works, it's such that power can be injected at any point within the grid and can be transmitted across the entire system, and power can also be offtaken from any interface within the same grid, as long as you have the available transmission lines and you have the available substations at those interface points for you to offtake. So this provides the access for the suppliers, who are the GENCOs, to be able to inject power irrespective of where their locations are within the country or the geographic space into the same grid, and also the same open access opportunity for the off-takers, who are the distribution companies and eligible customers, to also uptake at their various locations, irrespective of who amongst the generators is actually their contracted party. So this interplay between the generation side, the offtake side, and of course the transmission link that provides the handshake between these two ends constitute what makes up the entire grid. So this composition is the grid that we're looking at. Now, so when you are talking about the design in itself, in trying to facilitate the interaction now between the generation side and the offtake side, the design in itself doesn't seem to pose any major problem in terms of facilitating the exchange across the generation side and the offtake side. What is important at this point is to ensure that this grid interconnection has sufficient capacity to be able to meet up with the power offtake, and need to also be resilient enough to be able to sustain stability within the flow of the electricity across the country. And these two factors are basically issues of investment concerns. However, in terms of improving the operational reliability of the grid itself, there are critical ancillary services that are required by the system operator, which must be supported by the market, because these are part of the resources the system operator uses to hold the grid to ensure that operations are stable and are resilient. Also, there could be some forms of operation mode that the system operator may explore in terms of operation based on sound technical studies to see how viable other modes of operations that can be adopted by the system operator in ensuring grid resilience and stability. So when we are looking at the emergence of state electricity markets, in my view, this does not require any major change in the design of the grids. It doesn't require any major change. Remember that the markets are mainly defined by either the contracts or by the trading points through which these contracts are implemented. And this does not, in a way, really tamper with the transmission system or the grid system design. So once we're able to optimize on the contracts between the parties in the market and also be able to mark clearly the trading points within the grids, we can say that wholesale market can be facilitated within the same kind of design that the grid currently holds. The concept of looking at regional grids, yes, it is an option that has been considered by many. It has its own advantages, but majorly concept of regional grids are best applied where you have large grids with large amount of powers and that also have wide geographical spread in terms of both load centers and energy resources. For example, if you look at the case of South Africa is currently hovering over 50,000 megawatts in its market, but South Africa still operates a single grid, which tells the regionalization of the grid is not quite critical about the market itself or about the volume of transaction you may have. If you look at the cases of, for example, India has over 280,000 megawatts of power operating within the various markets in India. But India has regional grids. India has about 5 regional grids within the total power grid of India. But if you check those 5 regional grids, each of those 5 regional grids has a power capacity of more than 50,000 megawatts each. So when we are looking at regionalization of our grid, looking at the context at which we are currently operating, I think that it's quite premature to begin to look at that, considering the volumes and the capacities that we operate, and also considering the potentials of further spreads of generation resources that are coming up within the various parts of the countries, especially in view of integration of various renewable energy that are available in the country. Talking about investment planning, it is critical to look at optimization in terms of infrastructure development, and this should be centrally coordinated. The Electricity Act has liberalized the sector. It has opened up opportunities or empowerment to the state governments to do so many things with it. But the planning of the entire systems in terms of infrastructure development have to be optimized and must be, as a matter of necessity, be coordinated centrally with all stakeholders participating to be able to achieve an optimal plan. And this should clearly focus on evolution of the electricity demand and also the optimal locations of various energy resources that are available for harnessing. Then we'll look at the level of existing infrastructure that exists across the various parts of the country. Of course, the issue of system reliability is also a key consideration when you are planning infrastructure development, because you need to be able to ensure that you have optimal interconnections that guarantee the grid resilience in terms of operations and maintaining grid stability. We have to also take into account, of course, the integration of renewable energy in view of the planning of the infrastructure. There's a lot of potential, and of course, in view of the energy transition of the country, planning has to take into consideration integration of our renewable energy into the marketplace. In terms of policy recommendations, I want to strongly recommend that to facilitate and ensure stable operations within the system as we go into the wholesale electricity market, the issue of relevant ancillary services must be supported by the market. It must be supported by the market to ensure that we achieve stability in terms of operation. In the continuous evolution of the grid, coordinated planning must lead, and it has to be a bottom-up approach and must be fully respected. The states, I recommend that should be encouraged to build capacity for them to be able to assess demands within their various locations outside the efforts being put by the distribution companies, which are driven by certain variables that may not really cover the interests of some of the state's requirements. So the state needs to be able to build local capacity to be able to participate in demand assessment, even energy resource assessment, to be able to give them capacity to make inputs into the central coordinated planning process so that all states will be carried along in terms of planning the infrastructure development to be able to take care of the local needs. The issue of infrastructure financing also needs to be planned in a manner that it considers diverse sources of financing, which should include, of course, the options of public-private sector partnerships for the public utilities. We should also ensure that utilities fully optimize the use of their CapEx provisions as provided by their tariffs in financing relevant capital projects that will impact on the infrastructure improvement. And of course, in some way, there are locations or critical instances that government intervention may still be required in putting the relevant infrastructure in place to facilitate sufficient development of the infrastructure to meet the electricity demand of the country. I would like to pause here. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Engineer Adamu. I don't know whether anybody noticed, but Engineer Adamu actually has dealt with the two questions that were set up for him. He also talked about system planning and coordinating investment planning, and that was actually going to be the last question. So he's dealt with it, but I believe there are already questions coming in, and we may call on you again, Engineer Adamu, to come back and explain a few things to us. But for the moment, let me call on Yesufu Alonge to come in at this point and look at the questions between the single buyer wholesale model and the wholesale competitive market and other initiatives. So the question for you was a single buyer model, a single buyer wholesale model, was it a good idea? Or is it a good idea because we're still in it? And could it have existed alongside other initiatives such as embedded generation, a wholesale competitive market, and eligible customers? So, Longe, you have varied experience now with gas, but previously with electricity. Can you just deal with this question for us?
Yeah, thank you very much, Shaman and Eyo, and also the organizers for this opportunity to be able to share some of my ideas. I think before I go into the main question, I want to stress that irrespective of single buyer or irrespective of single buyer wholesale market or kind of competitive wholesale market, the truth is that it can only succeed if the market between which you're operating, the value chain, is running the right course. So things like how the tariffs, how the infrastructures are made to work, how the players interact, how the regulation, how there's monitoring. If those things don't work, be it single buyer or call it competitive, is going to fail. So going back to, was the single buyer kind of a good model? I would say we should go back memory and understand the reason why government did that was we are coming in from a kind of vertical integrated system where government was going to privatize its assets, and it needed private investors to come in and invest and also have belief in what is being done. So there was no way the privatization would have worked if the government did not put the single buyer model there,
because the people that are going to buy the generation asset, they needed assurance that there's the government backing somewhere. So that was why that was done. But when we put that into place, when preparation was done, I think we all went to sleep. We thought that that model would just work on its own, and we failed to do what needed to be done. The tariff was a very, very big problem. The discourse we're having series of challenges. There was really no enough kind of enforcement regulation that was really taking place within the market. So all this led to the single buyer failing. Single buyer actually failed not long ago. It failed because the market was just not working. Now, if for me to also further answer the questions, I would look at, okay, does this eligible customers, embedded generation, competitive, I will say, how would they have worked with the single buyer? I will look at it from a failed market and a market that did not fail. So if we say we quite agree that the single buyer model failed because the market actually failed. So if you pick the eligible customer was kind of symptom, because most of the players, they needed power because power was not flowing because the market was not working. And what happened? It was only the hydros that had cheaper power that people were trying to make to work. The thermal was not going to work under eligible because it cost would be too expensive. By the time you had the CTC cost to it, it doesn't make any sense. So on that failed market, the eligible customer become a big challenge because kind of segment the market to only give headway for the hydros to succeed. If you look at the embedded generation, for it to have embedded generation, ideally the way it works is that the cost for the embedded generation is supposed to be lower than what the single buyer would have been able to procure power. Yes, even if that was the case, but because the market was already a failure, the people that were going to bring the embedded generation, they were scared. How will I be able to raise finances to build this plant and settle discos when discos are not viable? So that was why you saw that nothing really happened. Embedded generation also did not work. Now, if you look at the competitive OC, the truth is that there was no competitive OC would have actually worked in the kind of failed market. So let's not discuss that. But let's go back and say, okay, if the market was actually working, where you have all these things like later the tariff and all those of the infrastructure were actually working, then when you look at the eligible customers that would have worked in a way, because then people that would have gone into it would have been looking at, okay, what is really the best price for me to go into this? And as long as the market indices are there working, it will work. The same thing with the embedded generation to work. But I want to stress the fact that the wholesale competitive market is a very, very, very good market. And when the government came with the single buyer, the plan was to transit from that into the competitive. It was a kind of process, a kind of to nurture the market from one stage to the other stage. You talked about moving into the medium-term market. That was really what the hope was there. So my concern, I'm sorry I'm saying this, my concern is, yes, we are all saying we want to go into the competitive wholesale market. As long as those indices they are not working, if the infrastructure is still a big problem, and we're having issues on how this tariff, we have so much interference on how tariff is going to work, we'll still go back to the same failed market, and we'll start looking for what do we do next. So we need to also be very, very careful. Yes, I know that we need to move from the single buyer to the competitive. Now, in that movement, we also have to be careful that in the also competitive market, there's the bilateral contracts that you can do. There's also the balancing and the spot market. We don't have enough capacity that is going to be traded. So that would make that balancing out those spots a big, big challenge. So we need to agree, what do we want to really do in this OC? Do we want to start with bilateral? Good. We want to start with bilateral, we can proceed, but that transition has to be very, 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 very careful while we try to build and make sure that infrastructures are there to work and to now fully transit into that full OC competitive market that we also desire. So for me, I would say if I'm to recommend kind of policy direction, I would say fine. It's painful to say the sunset for embedded living, there has to be a proper plan, and that plan has to make sure that the transition does not take us from the single buyer to the OC company that will not work, and you see a lot of issues. So there have to be a proper plan how this thing would work. Yes, we still have the single buyer there, and we can now start transiting with the bilateral, but let it be a kind of systematic transition where we don't rush ourselves and without solving the problems, and we'll go back to say, okay, we're having a kind of failed market. So I think maybe let me not talk too much. I think let me stop there. I'm very sure that a lot of questions are going to come, and maybe we'll deal with it. Thank you.
Okay. So, Longe, I always know you to be direct, so I'm not surprised. If I'm summarize what you're saying, it's not so much about the particular model we adopt as the enablers for making any market of any kind, fundamental enablers to be in place. Quality infrastructure and sound economics. That's the way I would summarize
Right.
your two preconditions or conditions precedent, if I may call them that. So again, I'll just like I did with Bite, I didn't quite. You simply said we need to put this in place, but in terms of policy, what do you think the Minister of Power in putting together a policy document needs to emphasize as the condition, the action, the initiative, or even if it's a mindset that needs to be in place for us to have these two things well taken care of: sound infrastructure, sound economics, and quality, resilient, capable infrastructure. I think those are that's the one bit which is missing. So I'll come back to this for you and to Bite. Ayo, you probably bring up, as they say, last but not least, what can we learn from the current MBET single buyer model? I know that Longe has touched on something a little bit, but I think from a legal regulatory perspective, the question to you would be, what is the learning that we can take away from the current model, which NERC is currently working on sunsetting, the current MBET structure, to what can we do, what can we learn to correct, to do that would help us establish a viable and sustainable wholesale electricity market? Ayo.
Yeah, thank you very much, sir. I'll say a few things beyond legal. Now, what we are trying to do is to prevent history repeating itself. So first, we need to know what that history is quickly and what the challenges are or were in relation to that history. Well, first we have to have embed, like you said, and I will avoid repeating what is said. Discos, guys who were going to invest in generation were scared discos won't pay them. So government had to backstop that payment obligation to an extent. Now, what were the challenges we have seen with embed? One of them is not showing us the money. Money continues to play a key role. Liquidity, regardless of what one says, liquidity and ensuring investment always is a problem, whether it's investment in that infrastructure, whether it's investment in the platform, whether it's actually investment in the entities. That's one thing that I think was a challenge in terms of liquidity in that market. Another thing I have observed from transactional work and from research is at times lack of proper integration between what could have been regarded a wholesale market, gas, and the retail market. End users, do end users pay? This thing still needs to move from down up regardless of the structure you have, because if you do not have a situation where there's a continuing handshake, you may still have mismatches between what is your wholesale market and what is retail market. So generally, we need to continue to encourage a private sector driven industry. Also, another thing I have noticed is ensuring sanctity of contracts. There have been rules, the interim rules, suspension of reasonable endeavors basis. At some point, you had the partial activation of contracts. You need to ensure that contracts are binding, they need to be enforceable, and you need to ensure that there is a synergy between our judicial system. The judges understand what these contracts mean. They understand circumstances when injunctions should or should not be granted. Whether you have PPAs, whether you have a grid connection agreement, whatever it is you have, it's important to have continuous training and maybe even have judges who are experts in certain areas of the energy sector. Pricing remains critical, and this also goes from down up. If you have a challenge with the retail market, my view is that it may still adversely affect what you do on top. Technology is integral, because if you have a system management, you have your electricity management system, you need to have a supervisory control and data acquisition system in place, which is the SCADA. So you need to invest in technology and ensure that those work. We need to be investor centric. Otherwise, you would have the same challenge. And these are some of the challenges we did see with NBED. The trading arrangement needs to make a lot of sense, and there must be viability across what you do see. Now, what are the policies I think we may consider? And we need to support grid reliability. This is critical in whatever we do as a policy. And that integration that ensures a continuing handshake across the markets, retail, wholesale, gas, needs to be in case. We need to continue to promote in the short run efficiency through optimized dispatch of the lowest cost resource, and have a strong resource mix. I think that's also very important. We should also look at facilitating a demand side participation, so that it's not just wholesalers understanding what's happening in the market. There must be an integration, and even the buyers or the guys on the retail side should have an understanding of what's happening at the wholesale side of things. I think these are some of the things we need to do. There must be efficient risk allocation too in terms of our contracts, and we must continue. There must be a continuous information reorientation of everyone across the value chain to ensure that we do not repeat the same challenges. There must be market discipline. Rules must not only be set, those rules must be enforced and must be seen to be enforced, so that once that's the case, the incentive to want to game the system then reduces, because they understand that there are punitive steps that can be taken, and those punitive steps should be those that are not just getting a slap on the wrist. I think these are some of the things that can be done to ensure that history doesn't repeat itself.
Okay. Ayo, I didn't know that you were a historian, but okay. I guess if you don't know where you are coming from, it will be difficult to work out where you are going to. That is the one thing that I see underlying what you just said. And thank you very much for the various things you've pointed out. Okay, so we've managed in about an hour and 40 minutes to go through the key questions that were up for discussion. We have another 20 minutes in which we will then take a number of questions that have come up. Now, we have had quite a number of questions and comments. I will not have all of them taken to the panelists. Rather, I'll select one or two of them that still raise open questions. And I've not forgotten that I want Bite and Longe to just take us back to and close out fully what the great contributions they've made with some clear-cut recommendations. Bite, yours is around which model do you think for the governance of the ISO do you think we should adopt? And Longe, for you, what kind of policy precepts do you think we need to put in place following the intervention that you made? But I'll come to that at the end before we then look at the poll questions. For now, two questions critical. Number one is for Mr. Ayuba. Gas price, right, has moved from to 245 per MMBTU, I believe. Does the NMDPRA believe that this price will incentivize increased volumes to the power sector? That's the first part of that question around pricing. The second part of that question, and please, you have less than 4 minutes to answer both, but that's the first one. Do you think that this will incentivize increased volumes? It's a yes or no question. The second bit, if there were to be long-term firm gas sale agreements backed with supported with bankable securities between the gencos and the gas suppliers, even at a lower cost of gas, does the NMDPRA not believe this would have provided a better option for all parties to stimulate gas development gas development for power in the country? So let me try and just summarize that second bit. Do we prefer to have firm gas sale agreements with bankable securities between gencos and suppliers, even at the lower cost of gas, as an option for stimulating gas to power development in the country, right? So Steve, first question for you. The next question will be for, well, Steve, okay, go through the first question, and then I'll ask the next one.
All right, thank you, Chair. So the first question, clearly, so the actual domestic base price is $242 per million BTU. Clearly, in arriving at the 242, a lot of factors were considered. Some of the primary factors that were considered in arriving at that domestic base price were clear provisions that the Petroleum Industry Act in place. But one of the major element that the regulator then used in converging into this price, which was declared 1st of April, was the deep stakeholder engagement that were conducted. And stakeholder engagements were conducted across the entire spectrum of the key market segment players that the regulator deals with. So we were guided by the provisions of the Act. We were also sufficiently supported by the clear alignment that we received from the key stakeholder that we have in the industry, including, very importantly, gas producers, to then arrive at this pricing point that we believe going forward will give us an opportunity to then continue to ensure that pricing of gas in the domestic gas market is very fairly market-based. Number two, clearly, long-term supply contracts are the ultimate way to go to ensure that gas supply is clearly secured from gas producers into the off-takers of gas. And the typical example to then see in the strategic gas sector is to then look at power, look at the gas-based industry, and look at the gas to commercial sectors. In the gas-based industries and the gas to commercial sectors, you will find that one of the clear enablers that has then helped to fairly support the degree of performance that we have on supply is definitely the existence of contracts that are governing those supply arrangements. Where the challenges are still being encountered around having active contracts that can be relied upon to supply gas is in the gas to power sector. But in the last few years, particularly with the incoming of PIA, you will find that a lot of some of the policy measures that we've tried to take, particularly in collaboration with NERC, is to ensure that a lot of what is required to then support the emplacement of contracts that will be sustainable. Take, for example, the network code. A lot of the reasons why we are reversing the network code is to ensure that we align what is expected in the transmission segment of gas with a lot of the requirements that the PPAs in the power sector have. So clearly, the second question is a yes. We want to move this market to a level where contracts are actually governing the relationship between the producers and the off-takers of gas.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much, Steve. The second question, I'll ask it to, it wasn't clear who the questioner wanted that question to go to, but I'll direct it to Bite. Bite, if you are listening, someone said a speaker mentioned privatization in US dollars as a risk factor. So why do we still have domestic gas sold to power denominated in USD? Is it not possible to have the gas price in Naira coupled with incentives for the gas suppliers so that we do not have a necessary increase in tariffs due to Forex fluctuations? So the question is, simply put, Peter, do you think that we should price gas all or in part? And if so, which part in Naira? And if you agree that we should do so in whole or in part, who do we direct policy initiatives to, and what should those policy questions be in terms of pricing and then incentives to enable gas suppliers deliver more gas, even with a Naira pricing framework?
It's a huge question. It's a huge question, Ayo. It's a very big question. It's a very big question because, and I've often wondered about this in recent times, because when we started the policy work around gas pricing, it was at that point in time necessary, right, to pitch the price of gas to the dollar, but payable in Naira. The argument being that all the investments in gas, in capex, in any event, were being procured in dollars, and they will continue to be so procured. But the question is, should this be an evergreen situation, right? Or shouldn't we start now looking at another way? And I think what we need to look at is this: how long would it take you to recover that capex? And if you recover that capex, should you continue pricing in dollars? My recommendation would be that there should be a dual structure, that in the early years, allow those who have made that investment in dollars recover their dollar investment. And then after that, they start pricing in Naira fully. Now, again, we go back. With recovering in dollars means it is pitched to a particular Naira to dollar rate. So once you clear that, you assume to have made a full recovery of your dollar investment, right? After that, I think you need to be at the same page as everybody else in the economy operating at a Naira rate. So that would be my approach to this issue if I was to make a policy recommendation today.
Okay, all right. Thank you for that question. So I guess what you're saying is dual structure. Of course, your answer then raises further questions around timing. How do we vary it? What is the basis for examining these costs? Are we going to try and drive those costs? Are we going to set a cap, or are we going to incentivize spending and all that? Those are regulatory questions.
It calls for transparency around procurement, right, of infrastructure in gas.
All right, good.
Because we can't have people making investments, behind the wall and say, this is what I spent. Everyone has to see what's on the table. Open the books.
Okay, good point. Good point. Okay. Longa, I would have liked to ask you this same question, but I don't want you to be put in a position where we will assume that you are speaking for Seplat, which of course is where you work. So I would just simply ask you to put into the chat box what your thoughts are, right? Of course, the chat box, we don't see who's writing, who's saying anything, but just propose what you think might be a sensible way for dealing with this increasingly important question of pricing in Naira. The question I want to ask you is really around what you said, and I'll come back to Bite on the ISO. Bite, you still didn't answer that one, but the question I want to ask you is really around what you said about the enablers. What do you think should be the policy around driving for these enablers so that we move away from describing it, focus more on what needs to be done to enable any kind of option we select to be effective? Okay.
Please.
Do we have an audio issue? Logan, can you hear me?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. Thanks for that question. I think I talked about the kind of sunset or the kind of process where if you want to exit NBET, you need to be able to make sure that the market from yes, you still have the single buyer, you're gonna have the kind of bilateral that's been encouraged by NEC, but the process will be so seamless so that there are a lot of residual risk if you take out NBET now and just move to the OSA. So you want to be able to prevent those things from taking place. Now, so I will start by saying, I know within the market rules, there's an annexure, I just can't remember it now, that talks about conditions for kind of bilateral a market to really work. Is there. If you go back, I don't have it in the market rules. The market rules is very, very complex, but it addresses a lot of questions. That's one. We need to look at what is in that particular annexure. Then two, just the same way we are doing when we are doing the transitional electricity market, there was the TSG group that was set up to try to make sure that you nurture the market into the kind of transitional stage. So I think it would be right to a kind of policy for the minister to come and say, okay, we want to move from the single buyer to this kind of competitive. Let us have a kind of transition group that would help to move this such that like there are a lot of risks. So how do we prevent those risks? How do we make sure that the movement is so seamless and the market would work? What are things that needs to do? I cannot at this point say these are the things that we must do, but that think tank will have to come and say, okay, these are what we think can be done for this thing to work. I think if the minister can come up with that, I think that will give some kind of assurance and people will see that yes, there's a kind of transition process that is taking place. It's not just to try to rush the market from single buyer to also competitive, and at the end we still have the same problem there and we are back to square one. So I think some of that nature is what I'm thinking.
Right.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Longa. Well, I just so I did some history. I too will do some history. I chaired that transition stage.
Yeah, you're right.
And it was a 4-year task, which I don't think any of us thought that it was going to take us 4 years, but it did take us 4 years walking through the CPs that we identified. In fact, I remember that we even added 1 or 2 more to what the market rules established at the CPs for transiting to the transition stage market. So yeah, okay, that is noted, and I think it will be taken on board. Of course, it raises other questions, but at least that is some kind of path identified for evolving to the wholesale market. So thank you very much, Lunge. We will go to the polls presently, but I want to put Bite back on the spot to just close. And then after Bite, one more question will be answered, and then we'll go to the polls. So Bite, I'm going to come back to you again. Governance of the ISO, what model do you think we should adopt? All participants in the market or some independent entity? Quickly.
Okay. Right. The big issue is what mischief are you trying to resolve? Okay. We'll see now that the current structure doesn't work, right? Because we have an ISO that's basically owned by government, and we'll see that that particular government entity, on the way to the systems operator is subsumed, basically has funding problems. Okay. You need an ISO that's able to stand on its own, manage the grid in a manner that's efficient, right? That also pitches to new investment. So that's where you got to start from. That's the fundamental. So the question, what has worked? When you look at global approaches, what seems to work well is a systems operator that is independent, that is owned by market participants, that is well funded, right? That's also regulated. It's owned by market participants, but so it needs to be regulated properly because of the potential conflicts. Now, when we look at the what has worked in Nigeria, we can even borrow some experiences. When we set up the gas aggregation company of Nigeria, right, we put in a governance structure where the company was owned, or it is still owned by all the market participants. So basically, the different segments, right, of players, you have suppliers, you have the off-takers in the market, you have consumers, right? So you could also work with that structure for the systems operator, right? So that each market segment, right, is represented in terms of ownership. But the key is that it is not for profit.
Okay.
Right. And also well-funded. So that's what I would recommend.
Thank you. Thank you, Peter. At least I managed to pin you down something.
Yes, you did. You did.
So, Ayo, I will ask you the last question. Ayo, and again, it's related to this. I'm deliberately focusing on the ISO because you will not have a credible wholesale market without that entity working. It is a traffic controller. It makes sure that energy flows to where it is required. And in the opposite direction, we know physics tells us that action and reaction are always opposite and equal. And in the opposite direction, the equivalent amount of money must also flow in real time. So on the settlement day, all trades must be fully settled. That's what our ISO needs to do for us. And Bete has told us what he thinks should be the model for structuring and operating and governing that entity. But Ayo, the question I want to ask you, taking off from that, it was a question that was asked by another speaker. Maybe he anticipated what Bete was going to say, was that, or the question is, the incorporation of the ISO is provided for by the Electricity Act. When do you think the market will be ripe for that? And how should that take off? And what modality will it take? So the question is, when under the Act do you think this market will be ripe for us to transit into an ISO? Is it now, at some point in the future? And if so, when and what should have happened? And then what modality will that incorporation or will that setup take? That's the question. And I'll close with that, and then we'll go to administering the poll once again. So Ayo.
I think the market is ripe for us to have an independent system operator, different from a transmission service provider. If we must be efficient, and if we must achieve what we want to achieve in terms of independence, efficiency, because the thing is, there'll never be a perfect time where all the indices are perfect. Otherwise, we would never get to that point. We need to start from somewhere and gradually improve infrastructure, gradually move on to ensuring all the additional conditions are in place. I think that's important. And there's been a lot of discussions around separating this transmission service provider from the independent system operator, the TSP dealing with core infrastructure, so to speak, and the ISO doing scheduling and being like a traffic warden, so to speak. I think that if we start that now, then whatever lessons there are, we learn as we move along. Otherwise, we'll never start. That's my view. And my view is, and that ties to what my boss, Mr. Adeniji, has said, that you then look at the structure that works. If the GACN has worked with the way it's structured, we may then borrow from that, but ensure that regulation is strong and regulation is implemented. It's not sufficient to have those regulations, but to actually implement them. Those are my own thoughts.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'll just add to what Bete said on this. The one model which has again worked similar to what BT has recommended, is the Nigerian Interbank Settlement System, which is recognized globally as one of the most efficient in the world. Funny enough, you wouldn't have thought that would be the case. But NIBSS is owned by the financial institutions in the industry. They own it, they operate it, they run it, and it works. As we all know, when we do our banking transactions online, most of us have hardly gone to our branches in the last few years to go and do anything at all. We do it from our telephones. So NIBSS, the NIBSS governing and operating model is one which I think is similar to what BTA is recommending. So I think in the last 2 hours, it has been really, really a productive discussion. We've had quite a number of recommendations. We started out somewhere close to the beginning with a poll. Chigo, I hope you've got IT on standby. We are going to administer the poll and we'll see whether we pretty much are close to the same percentages, the same answers that we got to the 3 questions when we asked at the beginning. So please administer the poll. We'll look at the results. We'll see whether we've changed our minds, and then we will round up and shut down for the day. Thank you.
The poll is coming up shortly.
Yeah.
Is it there?
Quickly, because we are running past our allotted time. I think we probably have another 3-4 minutes to go.
Just a moment, that pulling top now. Yeah. He's back.
Thank you.
Tell him to schedule.
Okay.
I think we should round up the poll like in another 15 seconds.
Good. Sure. We're more than 15 seconds. Should we leave the poll and round up?
Yeah, start rounding up and then the results will come out.
Okay. Sorry. We're actually answering the questions. I forgot. I forgot. Okay, so we need to wait for the results to come through. All right.
The poll now?
Yes, Tanya, please close now and then show. I think it's time now.
Okay. Some changes.
Yeah, of course there'll be changes. Okay, while we are waiting for the poll results, there's an intervention, a comment here which I like, and I want to read it out. It's
the
about
the results are here.
Okay.
Check your screen.
Okay. I can't see that. Okay, good. So this is the verdict. I wish we could compare and contrast, maybe put them side by side, because I can't quite remember what all the numbers were. All right. First question, your understanding of the national wholesale market. Still fairly close. All right. 79% think that it's about changing the role of the bulk trader to a market where there are multiple buyers and multiple sellers. I think that's fairly correct. That's pretty much what it is. So that hasn't changed. 14% are saying that we should scrap the role of the single buyer and have a central market operation, a central market operator managing many buyers and sellers. I guess that is also part of the first. And then having a national wholesaler who sells to various regional and state market bulk buyers, 7%. Okay, so that, Chigo, I think it stayed fairly close to what it was before, right?
Yes.
Second,
yes.
Can the wholesale electricity market start with the state of infrastructure we have today? That is also fairly close to what it was before. I think it was 75-25. It's now 65-35. So some of us are now wondering whether we are good with the infrastructure, but a significant, if not an overwhelming majority, still think that
we also have less population. We had 200 and something before. 60 something people before. We have 43 now. So I think some of this analysis we do it later and see how it looks.
Okay, it's not the same numbers. All right. Now the answer to the third question more closely follows the answer to the second, which I think is what the case should be. So what should be the priority in setting up the wholesale electricity market in Nigeria? Fix the network infrastructure to ensure that demand and supply matches the match before establishing the entity, or establish the entity first. We have a 70-30 split between those two. Most of us think that we need to fix the infrastructure to ensure that demand and supply match before establishing, I guess we're talking about the ISO, and then establish the ISO first. Okay, so we still I would say fairly close. All right, thank you very much to everyone. I think it's now for me to round up. I would still like to take 30 seconds to read this question, this comment. It says, if our exchange rates were to be stable and predictable, I'm not sure we would worry about the currency of gas price. And it's a very valid point. After all, the price is in dollars and payment is made in naira. With good market liquidity and payment performance, the value of invoices will be fairly stable, irrespective of currency of invoice and payment. Currency of pricing should be irrelevant in my view. I can guess who made this comment, but I will not say who I think it is. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, I think that's probably a nice way to round up. Chigo, remind me if there's anything I'm going to miss in my roundup, but really my roundup is to thank everybody. First, those of us who have participated and attended, who took the time to stay from the beginning to the end. It has been a very engaging 2 hours. And then to our panelists who gave us food for thought and did their best, and I think to a very high degree, to answer the questions that were put before them. And then to the African Development Bank, which has given us this platform of the African Energy Marketplace to be able to ventilate these questions and support us in trying to put in place a more fit-for-purpose national electricity policy. Most of us know that it has been 23 years since we had the first policy, and we've pretty much gone past it. It is a long way past its sell-by date. So this is a very opportune event that we're all participating in. I look forward to the 7th and the 8th, when we'll have a physical meeting to discuss the questions that we have and the proposal that we've put forward here. And I thank everybody for attending. So I'll hand it back to Victor Adamu and to Chigo. If there are any housekeeping or any other things that need to be said, let's have them put on the table, and then we'll all take our leave. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Over to you, Victor. Nothing from me.
All right. Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you very much, Chigo, and thanks again to all the panelists and the participants as well. The participation was robust. We had a good number of participants, and the questions and comments added a lot to the engagements today. I'll put up a slide now quickly. We've just ended session C. We're on to session D next. Session D focuses on the creation of state electricity markets. It promises to be another interesting session. I don't want to cast a shade on Ayo's session, maybe even more interesting than this session. I encourage participants to please stay on or come back for the session that starts at 2 p.m. this afternoon. Thank you very much, and I'll see you at 2 p.m. Bye for now.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you and bye-bye.
Thank you and bye bye.
All right, thank you for having us. Bye-bye.
Good afternoon. Testing, testing. Can you... Hi, Calixte.
We can hear you, please. We are on live, and currently the session will resume soon.
I can hear Calixte.
Yeah. Tanya, can you not hear us?
Yeah, what Tanya is saying that we are live.
Yes, I can hear you.
We are live. Yeah.
No, Solomon, please check with Tanya.
Yes, Tanya can hear, but what he's saying that we are live. The session is active.
Okay.
So
Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Yeah, echoing, Victor.
Let me try again.
It's much better now.
Okay, great. Thanks, Chair. So perhaps you want to use this time to quickly check on your panelists and be sure that everything is well set up for you.
Yes, I think we're missing Engineer Mustafa. And so we have a day and we're missing audio.
Okay, so two people, Otian and Engineer Mustafa. Let me chase them now.
looks like we have all our panelists.
Great. Okay. So we're good. We'll wait to be on the hour and then we'll kickstart.
Thank you.
Right, you said it. Still didn't finish. I made the machine.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you, engineer. You're welcome.
Thank you. I just joined, but yeah, thank you, Mr. Tunde,
You're welcome.
because there is a serious network problem down here, I believe. It's coming and going up.
Okay, we'll
Okay, you haven't started?
No, we're starting in a minute on the hour.
Okay.
Right. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the fourth session. It's the Africa Energy Marketplace 2024 focused on Nigeria. It's towards Nigeria's sustainable energy future. The focus is the National Integrated Electricity Policy. And we're using the Africa Energy Marketplace platform as a policy dialogue to discuss and crystallize policy recommendations that will be discussed at the main event in May, on May 7th and 8th. We had started with 3 other sessions. This is the fourth session in 6 sessions. You're welcome to, like I always say, please participate, engage, listen to the interactions and react to them, or, put your comments and questions and even suggestions in the question and answer section of this webinar. At this moment, I'll pass it on to the chair of the session, who will take it up from here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Victor, and good afternoon and good morning, everyone. I hope that the slides can be shared by IT. so that we can run through efficiently. So over the next 2 hours, we're going to try and cover this agenda. It's your generic introduction timelines, the objectives, and so on. But ultimately, our objective is to make policy recommendations. A lot of pre-session material has been shared, and hopefully you would have looked through a lot of the historical stuff. To a large extent, the panelists and participants will discuss the issues, but we don't want to dwell on the issues. I think we all understand the issues. The purpose of this session is to come up with policy recommendations that can lead to ministerial declarations. So yes, we need some background, but a lot of the conversation should focus on policy. So next slide, please. Thank you. My name is Tunde Bajimo, as I've been introduced by Victor. I'm Chief of Party of the USA Nigeria Power Sector Program. I'm honored to be here. I've been working in the sector for more than 20 years, starting with developing the first IPP in Nigeria. I'm honored to be joined today by our moderator, Calixta Kambanda, who comes from AFDB and has cross-continent experience on electricity markets. I think we're going to benefit a great deal from Calixta's participation in this section. We also have representation from many of the critical stakeholders. We have policymakers, we have the distribution companies themselves, investors, we have donor partners. We have a very robust group of people who will help us in shaping this conversation today. Next slide, please. As Victor mentioned, this is the 4th in the series of sessions that are ongoing on this current effort, the policy dialogue. But this session is focused on state electricity markets. So I encourage you all, as you are participating, to narrow the conversation to the discussion around state electricity markets, the evolution of the markets. We now know that, if you've been in previous sessions, you would have seen that there's been a lot of discussion about the Electricity Act, which is seen as a panacea for the resolution of all our electricity sector problems. But as you go through all that, let's kind of focus on this. Of course, the Act is seen hopefully will lead to improvement in supply, and if it's handled properly, it will not lead to a deterioration of the current situation in the NESI. So this afternoon, let's focus on the evolution of the electricity market. Next slide, please. So there are 4 broad objectives within the context of the state electricity market should be focused on distribution and trade. And even those sort of set objectives and the context is a bit contentious. So some will argue that there are some states who would have the ability to self-generate and completely isolate themselves from the grid and have some sort of interconnection as a backup, to use the grid as a backup and then use their state electricity infrastructure as the primary load. So if you look at our objectives here, we're saying, okay, look, there's distribution and trade should be the focus for states. The states itself, although it covers the Electricity Act allows the state to cover the entire value chain, one common thread is that distribution and trade would be interacted with for every state that intends to roll out its electricity market. So these are kind of the broad objectives. The objectives look at 3 cardinal, very important issues. The first is the issue of the long-standing debts. We know that there are many of the discos, most of the discos, if you like, are technically insolvent. So, what do you do about that morphing into a state electricity market? How will that issue be addressed? And then the other issues that you need to look at are around ownership of the existing discos. So how will these state markets function? And how will the ownership of the discos be determined across state borders? So are you going to have a holdco structure where each disco then has a subsidiary in a state where it's operating? How will this be determined? And this is one of the critical things that we want to discuss today and get thoughts from the panelists and the audience. There's also the big issue around tariffs. Again, there's several issues around how will tariffs be set, how would it interact across state borders, who is going to provide the subsidy. We know that there's a subsidy regime now. Would that be taken over from the state? What are the transitional arrangements for tariff setting? All those issues, again, we will come to as our panelists dive into this topic. And then the last one that I think is really important is, how do you increase collections? So these three issues are relevant across all the states that try to kick off markets. So how do you increase collections? What do you do about the metering gap? We know that today we're told that there's a 7 million meter gap. How do you deal with that? And what would be the state's role in metering policy, in rolling out metering plans for their jurisdictions? Those are the critical issues that we think that will need to be tackled in this session. And then ultimately, like I said in the beginning, the idea is, yes, we like a bit of background so that we can outline the issues, but what we're really interested in is in policy recommendations and ministerial declarations. And I'd like to throw it at everyone that is going to speak today, that when you speak and you look at the recommendations, put yourself in the position of the Honorable Minister. If you are Minister Adelabu, what would you do? What would be your policy recommendation? As you think about each issue that you are going to put forward today, think of yourself as the minister and what policy recommendation you will put in place. Next slide, please. So I'm going to hand over to Calixte to give us a synopsis of the issues that we're about to discuss. Over to you, Calixte.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. As well indicated by Chair, by providing the objectives of the session, this session really is going to aim at assessing what needs to be put in place to make the state electricity market a success. So it's therefore going to delve into the issues around the establishment of state electricity markets under the Electricity Act 2023. We will then explore the key policy objectives, challenges, and proposed actions to ensure the successful transition of the state regulation. So as you can see on the right hand of this slide, the graph provides here an assessment done in 2021 of the distribution asset of the discourse, and it has revealed that 21% overall of the asset were defective. And you can see some of the discourse are impacted more than the others, whereby the Abuja one has more than 50% of the assets being defective. So, but encouraging is that 60% of the assets are compliant with the information as provided by the discourse. So, but the key points to discuss during the session include the following 5 areas. The first one, the prevailing ownership structure of the discourse involves private sector, private investors, the federal and state governments, but none of whom have made significant capital investments since privatization. The second key point is, despite the Act's provisions, there remains a lack of clarity on operationalizing these provisions into effective systems and operations. Third point, with fewer resources compared to the federal government, states will need to regard electricity more as a commodity and enable proper market-based price regulation. Fourth point, unbundling the discourse will necessitate reconfiguring parts of the distribution network as medium voltage line commonly cross state boundaries. So the regulatory framework within the states must consider these technical and last key points. States might need to supplement wholesale supply through embedded generation at the medium level, leveraging distributed energy resources. So while discussing this issue, we should keep in mind that the distribution infrastructure capacity lack transmission and generation capacities. And the creation of state markets should address this to enable optimization of installed capacities. Next slide, please. So after having delved into those key points I have highlighted, so we will then, the panelists will then aim at answering those questions, and I will give them broadly. The first one is, what steps are necessary to operationalize the Act's provisions for establishing state electricity markets, and what are the minimum requirements to start with it? Second, how can variations in tariff setting, regulatory approaches, and consumer protection standards across states be minimized to ensure consistency and fairness? The third question, what is the most effective method for unbundling the current discourse concerning network configuration at medium and low voltage level, feasible system operations, state boundaries, and equitable division of roles? Fourth, how can potential conflicts of interest between state regulatory bodies and other stakeholders be effectively managed during the transition? The fifth question is, what capacity building efforts are essential at the state level for effective regulation and governance of the electricity sector? Sixth proposed question, what policies and incentives can states implement to encourage the deployment of embedded generation and distributed energy resources? The seventh question, what partnership and collaborations can states pursue to leverage technology and resources for closing the metering gap and enhancing energy accounting? Last but not least, how can states improve data collection, billing transparency, and revenue assurance to minimize losses in the electricity distribution system? So we do hope we can cover all, but at least if the time not allows, we can at least cover the main of them. Next slide, please. Now, as Chair emphasized during his intervention, the ultimate objective of this session is really to come up with policy recommendations for consideration at the AEMP 2024, and ultimately also feed into the declaration, the final declaration. Now, the first proposed policy recommendation, NERC, the National Electricity Regulatory Commission, is tasked with finalizing its ongoing research and extensive consultation efforts to establish guidelines for the creation of state electricity market by December 31st, 2024. Second policy recommendation proposed, recommend to institutionalize standards, learning, and exchange function to harmonize practices across the country, facilitate experience sharing, and learn from one another. Third proposed recommendation, collaborative capacity building and learning exchanges are integral to all transition plans. Hence, they are designed to reduce the learning curve for states. Fourth proposed recommendation, encourage states to develop the embedded generation capacities by implementing subsidiary regulations that align with the resource and electrification plans as primary condition for licensing. Fifth proposed recommendation, propose to incorporate a metering function in initial licensees in state market, merging technologies provider and financial institutions capabilities to deploy smart metering infrastructure and advanced metering solution across states. And last but not least, propose recommendation, collaborative efforts and program implementations between the federal government and the states to be led by development partners and which are crucial for enabling states to develop activities in emerging electricity market. So next, I think this is the last one.
Let's start.
Yeah, over to you, back to you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Alexa, for setting the tone for this conversation. Can you please put up the next slide, which has the panelists on? Yeah, thank you very much. So we've carefully selected our panelists today. Everyone on this slide has a role to play or has been involved in one way or the other with the evolution or practice of state electricity markets. So let me quickly introduce the panelists, and I'm not going to read everyone's bio, but to quickly start maybe from the right and mention that we are very fortunate to have Engineer Larry Odushote, who's an industry expert. He's an architect of the Electricity Act, one of the architects of the Act. He used to be Commissioner of Energy for Lagos, and Lagos is said to be one of the frontline states, leveraging on the Electricity Act of 2023. So we're fortunate to have Engineer Odushote with us. Also, we have Odio Foreman, who is MD of New Hampshire. Odio has been in the industry for a very long time, but one of the very, very important roles that he currently plays is in his work with the Nigerian Governors Forum, working with several states in kicking off their electricity market. So Odio already has his hands in the pie, and he's getting involved, and we feel that having him here will be valuable for this discussion. We also have Ade Fadeyibi, who has been MD of Abuja Disco, Eko Disco, and has also been MD of Transcorp Ughelli. So Ade brings experience working across the states, working across Lagos, which is a quite inverted commas, a viable state. And he's also worked in Abuja, where you have Nasarawa, Kogi, and others. So it'd be interesting to hear from Ade what the viability of this state markets will be in places like Kogi, where they already have a bill that's about to be passed, and Nasarawa and others. So we're going to have a very interesting dialogue with Ade on his thoughts on the electricity market. We've had a dry run, and I know that you all be interested in Ade's thoughts. We also have Engineer Mustafa, who is not only Director of Distribution, Federal Ministry of Power, but he's also, like Odio and others, got his hands in the pie working as MD of Yola Disco. And as many of you know, Yola Disco is said to be one of the most challenging discos given the terrain and the security issues in that area. We're very interested in some of his thoughts about how a state like Yola could kick off an electricity market, and looking at his own experience working in that region and discussing the viability of the state markets there. And lastly, but definitely not the least, we have Dr. Adaju, who was president of Renewable Energy Association of Nigeria. He's an off-grid electrification developer himself, has a tremendous experience working in rural communities. And our thoughts will be, and Dr. Adaju should be able to share some of his own thoughts at how electricity markets in rural communities, states that have largely agrarian rural communities, can still have electricity markets that are functional and efficient. So this is the panel, and we're going to kick off very, very quickly and start with Odio, because Odio already has frontline engagement with the states. And can you please go back to the slide that has the questions before I ask Audio his question? And if you can spotlight Audio, that would be great. The slide that has the questions so that everyone can see the questions. Thank you very much. Audio, so the first question is, what steps are necessary to operationalize the Act? And what are the minimum requirements? I know you have some thoughts. I would also like you to touch on the question of viability. Is it every state that can have an electricity market and kick one off? So over to you, Audio. Be interested in your thoughts.
Thank you, Tunde, and let me say welcome to my co-panelists and the audience. Straight to the question, because I know time is not our friend. In the electricity market, it's a two-way requirement, but the first three steps are for states to meet up. The first is for the state to pass its electricity law, or rather for the State House of Assembly of that state to pass its electricity law. The second is for that law to create a state electricity market, so it should be established. And then the next step is a formal notification to the existing regulator, as we know it, NERC, notifying NERC of these two actions, and also requesting from NERC to transition electricity regulations to the states. And following from those notices, there are certain actions that NERC now starts to doing. First is do the 45-day order, and then set out a transition plan that should close not later than 6 months from when the state formally notified NERC of its intention to take over regulations within that state market. The existing utilities, or we call them successor discos, also have a role to play, because what the state electricity law covers, and obviously flowing from the Constitution, is that it covers electricity laws and regulations within the territories of that state. So we have states that are already discos that are cross-border discos operating in four states. For Enugu disco, it covers 5 states. So the law deems, or rather makes a condition that the disco should break up the operations along state territory, which the respective states electricity regulatory commission will now regulate. That whole process should end within 6 months. And having done that, next ceases to have any form of regulatory operations within that state. But I must state this, where you have interstate operations, that still remains with NERC. And then where you have GENCOs, who are obviously national grid GENCOs, the state regulations or laws will not cover that. Also, ditto transmission company, TCN, because those are interstate operations, right? Those are the requirements that primarily must be. But we also recognize that there has to be a convertible things that this panel has identified, and which a lot of it have been hopefully and on how metering is conducted. Existing utilities can operate side by side. New utilities that the state will definitely license, right? One more thing, in terms of viability, to the extent that the electricity is consumed at any point in time in any place, there is viability, right? Because if you're not taking the electricity from the grid, you're obviously having to buy petrol or buy diesel or look for upfront capex to install some form of solar renewable energy solution to provide you with electricity. And what we're seeing from the renewable energy space, where we have tariffs as high as 300 Naira per kilowatt hour, makes you realize that viability perhaps may be the concern. What we now need is to encourage more market innovation. So long as electricity is consumed by a person or a people or community, it is viable. It will be paid for. It is just the the marketation, right, that we need with the revenues accruing in that area, how that electricity can be put to more productive use that we perhaps increase the community, the revenues within that community for them to consume. So I'll probably pause here because of time and wait for follow-up questions.
No, thank you very much for that, Audio. And I don't want us to get into our own debate about viability, but I'm sure others will also have questions for you. But what I wanted you to also consider now and look into is, so you are Minister Adelabu, and a lot of what you've said about the requirements revolve around NERC and its role in, sort of enabling state electricity markets. What are the policy actions that are required to enable the state electricity markets? And remember, Mr. Adelabu is looking at this from a national perspective. So this must not be disruptive. It must not lead to supply diminishing, or our electricity industry necessarily should not deteriorate as a result of this implementation. So what are the policy actions that you think that the minister should take on to kickstart the market?
In terms of policy actions that the minister needs to take to enable state electricity markets, I think a lot of it are more towards encouraging NERC to engage more with states who are already in the process of transitioning. Because it's only when you do that engagement that you get, you pretty much pick the issues. And the other thing is that we are going to potentially have 36 state electricity markets. So it's very difficult to say you're going to have one size fits all policy. Each state might decide to make laws to suit the peculiarities of that location. But clearly, from a policy perspective, what I would advise the minister to, from a policy perspective, is to see how he can quickly set up an interministerial committee to drive the transition, and that should include the ministry, NERC, states, and relevant stakeholders to identify where these transition issues will likely come up. Because the transition issues you would have in the Lagos region, where you have two discos operating, is definitely different from the transition issues you would have in Edo State, where you have BEDC operating 4 states, and it's potentially possible that 3 states will pass their laws, 1 state will not pass their law. So that's why you need to have perhaps an interministerial conversation to drive the transition. Remember also, states will be looking at utilizing their internal energy resources. For instance, those states are sitting on gas, and they're looking at how to use gas to drive policy. So that core conversation about gas, how do you make sure that gas to power within states, it's made more affordable to make sure that states can attract investors that will utilize those resources and increase the generation access, right? So that would be my own policy perspective to the minister, to look at how that committee, that interministerial committee, can function and midwife the transition across the respective states.
Thank you very much for that. I'm going to cede way to Engineer Odushote to share his thoughts about this. But before I do that, I want to bring back the conversation about viability. So each state, I struggle with this idea that every state has a viable electricity market. And Audio, we've flogged this issue many times. And I'd like to hear other thoughts. The business model, the underlying business is the sale of electricity. Yeah. So there has to be some input resource, fuel, or whatever, generation that is then transmitted, distributed, or embedded, or whatever. And across the state, for you to have a viable market, you must have done some sort of high-level desktop study as a state that convinces you that when you eventually implement the act, you are going to have a market that pays for itself without reliance on subsidy from in the budget of the state. So let me see to Engineer Odushote. In Lagos, we had the integrated resource plan. So Lagos kind of has a view of end-to-end where the resources will come from to support its electricity market. And I was wondering, Engineer Odushote, when you embarked on this journey, did you do any sort of high-level review of Lagos State, the viability of an electricity market for Lagos? And are there lessons there that other states in Nigeria could replicate? Over to you, Engineer Odushote. Can you please spotlight him, please?
I thank you. Thank you, Mr. Gbajuma, and good afternoon, everyone. It's an interesting place to jump in. You talked about the integrated resource plan. For those who don't know what that is, it's been called many different names. It's an infrastructure expansion plan as well. It's basically taking a view on what the needs of Lagos electricity is going to be for the next 20 years, and then determined what the infrastructure available was, both from the distribution, transmission, generation, and fuel supply points of view, and then also identified what the gaps are, and then also identified where the injection points are likely to be for any new investment into the network. So it's basically a plan, a blueprint for investors who want to look at investing in the Lagos electricity market. It basically tells them what to look at and where the opportunities are. That's what that IRP is. But beyond that, we are currently in Lagos State in the middle of doing an audit of all the diesel generating plants that exist with a view to determining how much energy is being consumed in Lagos. We've estimated that Lagos, which is supposedly the fifth largest economy in Africa, does not run on 1,000 megawatts from the grid. It runs on significantly more than that. And so that's energy that's already more expensive than grid energy, as high as 300 to 350, and in some cases 400 naira per kilowatt hour. So when people ask the question about viability of markets, I look beyond Lagos and say, well, anywhere where electricity is being consumed and being paid for off the grid is a market that's waiting to be tapped into. So that's where I'll leave the topic on viability of the market. Back to what we think could work. And the Lagos case is a bit unique. I can talk about it, but I think because it's a ministerial advisory roundtable, we should be talking about the rest of the country as well and what they can learn from Lagos. Lagos didn't start just by saying we want an electricity market. Lagos started by saying, what exactly is the market? Is there a market in Lagos? Is there an infrastructure that we need to that needs to supply electricity to the market that exists? And are people reliant on that infrastructure? That's what we did. And we identified that people are using the infrastructure and that there are gaps in the infrastructure and that there are other people who exist outside of that formal infrastructure and are still generating power for themselves. And that's why we believe that the Lagos market will be viable, because we've counted the numbers of the clients that are there. We've also come up with an expansion plan to share with that we worked with the Lagos Discos on, and which they agree with. If you look at our own 5-year expansion plan and their 5-year expansion plans, they almost mirror each other. I think there's a slight deficit on their side, but it's nothing that we can't work with. And I think every state can follow that same example. Do an integrated resource plan to identify what the energy resources are and what the energy consumption of the state is currently and into the future. And that, we believe, will help them determine whether or not there's a market to be served. If there's no need for a market to be served, then there's no need to create a separate market. And that goes to your viability question, because the fact that I can buy a diesel generator or buy a solar plant and supply this area does not mean I can afford to extend the grid to that area. So trying to make the grid the be all and end all for some markets is not going to happen. So for us, it's no longer about just looking at a linear market that talks about generation from a central point of view, transmission from a central infrastructure pool, and then distribution at the end of it. There's already generation, for example, at local ends. There are all sorts of mini solar plants that exist. And so we think it's going to be a hybrid of all of them going forward. And if the minister is looking at what to support, that's what he should be looking at the viability. When I say viability, infrastructure viability possibilities in each state, not necessarily that every state must join the grid and take power from the grid the way
go ahead and try and develop a 1,000 or a 300 megawatt power plant, which they may not need. It's to look at it and say, is it going to be a generation of electricity or bulk generation of electricity, and look at what mixes they can support for each of the states, depending on how the IRP looks at, or the IRP looks like in each one of the states that he's looking at. For us in Lagos, I think it's a simpler market to play with. We have been looking at it for a number of years. I don't know that any other states have been doing that. And when I say looking at it, I'm talking about looking at the market in its entirety rather than a few areas of the Lagos market. So I think it's a sort of thing that the minister needs to look at, to say, what can we do to identify what the market is in the different states by copying what Lagos has done.
No, this is brilliant. And I think this is what we are trying to achieve here today, is to get to a point where we're making very clear policy recommendations to the Honorable Minister. And I think this is one of them. What you've said, Lagos did a lot of pre-studies before you determine that there is need for an electricity market and it could be viable in Lagos. And I think that through policy, although this law gives enormous powers to the states, so we need to figure out what powers still reside with the Honorable Minister that can be used in enabling this whole viable state infrastructure exercise in place. Of course,
may I quickly tag on that, please?
Yes, please go ahead. Go ahead.
If let's all step back and take a look at it. The Constitution is clear on the powers of the National Assembly and on the powers of the state houses of assembly. The National Assembly can make laws relating to generation, transmission, and distribution. They can, generation and transmission. They have no responsibilities at all for making laws regarding distribution. So any mention of distribution in the Electricity Act is only meant to stabilize the market and provide a transition. It's not meant to direct or determine where the market is going to go regarding distribution. It's really just, let's make sure that the markets don't collapse and that we have some sort of transition. That's all it is. The state houses of assembly can determine what they want to do when it comes to distribution. Hopefully, the state houses of assembly are not going to try and disrupt the market, which they have the powers to do, but they will try and ensure that they're able to serve their people by passing laws that make sense, passing laws that allow a transition, an orderly transition, and passing laws that also create a market that's viable within those states. Again, like I tried to say before, that viability in one state is not the same as viability in the other state. It doesn't mean that we're going to have the same types of markets. My expectation is that for states that are straddled by discos, one of the things the minister should be looking at is trying to get those states together, to try and look for an orderly transition plan for those states where they then don't get into conflict very quickly. Those are the kinds of things that I think the minister and NERC can support with doing. What NERC should not be doing is trying to tell the states what to do or trying to create a plan for the states. NERC should be working with the states to try and see how the states can establish their markets and how NERC can support them if the states so choose to accept NERC's assistance. I think we just need to be clear about what those things are.
I think we're all aligned and we're taking notes of these recommendations that you've made. And I think that NERC is playing its role, in line with the act and the fact that it's a regulator. And I think the Honorable Minister as a policymaker also has a role. And I think that we've got some points from you now that can feed into the Honorable Minister's policy direction. But let me cede on to another topic. And I'm going to bring Ade on, but I'm coming back to you, Larry. The question about tariff setting, I don't know if we can go back to questions, and I'd like to bring the question about tariff setting, regulatory approaches, and consumer protection across states. And I'd like to bring Ade in this conversation slightly. And the reason why, well, Adedayo, we'd like to see you, but I was thinking of Adefadeibi. Well, Adefadeibi, the panelists. Yes. Have we got Adefadeibi? Fantastic.
Yes,
so,
I'm
Ade,
right
you're
here.
welcome. Thank you very much for joining us today. I wanted to take you up on the issue of tariff setting and regulatory approaches across the states. You know, you made a great point when we had this conversation yesterday about, the regulators and what they are likely to be doing across each state. But the primary objective seems to be tariff setting. Everybody's very interested in what's going to happen in each state with regard to tariffs. We know that at the national level, there's a grand subsidy going on. How are these states going to cope with setting tariffs, establishing subsidies, and actually paying the subsidies across the different states who choose to kick off the electricity market? So I'm interested in your thoughts you've worked in very interesting places like Ughelli, Kogi, Nasarawa. What are your thoughts around how the tariffs will be set, how these subsidies will be paid by the state governments? I'm sure you have exciting stories about state governments. So please, over to you on that question.
Thank you for having me. So I've kind of been hearing, I heard from Larry and John, and I thought it's a good thing that we're all kind of aligned, which is where we're supposed to go to if we want to move this forward. So I talked about what are the key, in my opinion, what are the key differentiators across states before you even start to look at tariffs or how do we even segment. I think one is economic landscape. That's very clear. It's whether you're the industrial and residential, for example. Second to me is the geographic landscape. The existing infrastructure, the new build outs, in terms of that would differ from state to state. And then looking at generation, the generation capacity of each state, whether it's hydro, whether it's thermal, renewables. And in my view, what I said was that, look, if we looked at those three things as the key differentiators, we'll be able to derive what is the important driving force when you look at these state markets. And to me, that is going to be the demand side. There has to be a demand side policy that's very clear, that everything the state does will not be a form of establishing themselves as the force that should power the state, but rather establishing themselves as the force that should come in and improve the current supply by either adding new generation or investing. And that means the state is properly, I'm excited about the state markets coming in for a different reason. It's because, one, we must see them as a new injection, especially in most states. Lagos has been doing some things already and some other states. But I've been around, at least I've covered about 7 states, and I will say to you that out of 7 states, about 5 are not anywhere close to even beginning to generate power for themselves, or to even start to give power to the people. Outside of maybe Lagos and Abuja, I think the rest of the areas I've covered might just be thinking about it. Lagos will help, and I heard Larry saying it. Who needs the power? I think they're properly placed. The state provides a lot of services to its residents. So they understand they can get quicker to the amount of power that's needed, so they can become the source, and the policy can go around that, where they can become the source for who needs the power, what is the quantum of power, where is the power needed. And when I say that, I mean, where is it easier to ring fence? So example of estates, new areas are easier to ring fence. But let's be very clear, when you have city, or urban areas as we know it, those areas are clustered. So they're more difficult to segment, hence more difficult to service. So we need to understand that in posting a cost-reflective tariff, for trying to understand a cost-reflective tariff for states like that or areas like that, we have to design tariff models. And those tariff models must take into consideration, one, for example, a security policy. And what do I mean by this? In a clustered urban area where you have key industries, and I'm not saying, the state always tries to have planning, what do you call that, urban planning, but people always violate it. And that's why we find ourselves in clusters that are difficult to manage. But you can have a security policy around, if you have enough key industries in this area, or key infrastructure in terms of whether it's health or whatever it is. And these areas are also in stock with other residents that might not be able to afford these things. There has to be a collaborative mode whereby there can be a security policy where it's modeled. That's what NEC was trying to do with the ban A to E, where it's modeled in these areas and those industries for them to survive, so they don't continue relying on diesel, can model a tariff that works. And I think the state is well positioned to help in doing this. There also needs to be a sort of IP collaboration policy, in my view, and that is IP, that's intellectual property. I think we must not assume that all the experience that has been gained by Nessie in the last many years, especially also by NEC, that's sitting there, it's a national asset that's also available to states. So I'm of the view that a clear policy for progress, and I call that for progress, needs to be set up whereby NEC should consider having, sharing their wealth of experience through, a NEC regulatory desk at each state that to, again, not impose upon them like Larry was saying, but you'll be shocked at the amount of knowledge that's sitting in NEC that you need to build out your own regulatory framework. And what would happen with that is that with that desk spread out, it helps NEC to understand the states better, but it also, the state derives more from it, in my view, because they're able to help them, one, on their framework to understand how sophisticated it is, or how well positioned it is, bespoke, for lack of a better word, which changes state to state. Finally, I think I will talk about a dispute resolution policy, and I call it the dispute resolution policy for power delivery progress. Okay, and I'll explain today in urban areas. If you look at it as we speak, the unbundling of infrastructure, for example, and other things. I know I saw that come up in the questions, but as I was thinking around it, there needs to be an understanding that the demand side, once the demand side is established, the cluster is established, that needs to be serviced, whether underserved or served. Everything else that is an argument about that's territorial, but does not provide power as needed, there needs to be a force that can override that is established, or a party that is given the powers to do that. And that is going to be very important. This is based on my experience for the last 10 years since privatization. We've probably spent 4 years of it arguing, talking about territorial, disputes. Who owns what? Who has the boundary? We have customers, for example, state to state, where those customers happen to fall between two discos. We spend more time arguing about who owns those customers, and those customers spend more time writing to NAC that they don't have power. That cannot be allowed. It doesn't make much sense to me. And I think while we're old dogs set in our ways, and I've added myself to the old dogs, we must welcome the infusion of this state markets as a new stepchild that we must love the same way and allow for them to succeed, because that would help. It would dilute the troubles we have in our existing market and help us serve the customers, which is the overriding function. So I'll stop there because of time for now. Thank you.
No, thank you very much. I mean, this is obviously very, very useful. There's one major takeaway that I took where you mentioned that NERC should have some sort of knowledge sharing desk. I'm thinking you didn't use the word desk, but I'm just thinking to myself now, maybe like a one-stop shop desk. Yeah, a desk where the states can go to and they can pick pieces, they can collect previous orders or regulations that have been issued by NERC that are now relevant to their state regulators. I mean, it's a very interesting thought, and we should definitely take note of that and move forward on it. The other thing that you said, Adi, that it will give me a seedway to bring on Engineer Mustafa, is the dispute around, the boundaries, the boundary disputes. And here, I think that I should bring on Engineer Mustafa, who was MD of Yola Disco, to take on this question about how we could go about delineating boundaries, state boundaries, given that when this network was originally designed, there was one NEPA or one ECN. And, so the notion of state boundaries, is new, is sort of new since privatization, and it's even contentious now. So how do you see this evolving as we move forward? So the physical infrastructure across states, How do you think this can be delineated? Because obviously the discos will need to have separate balance sheets or separate entities for each state. How do you see the delineation of their assets across the states? Engineer Mustafa, over to you. Please spotlight Engineer Mustafa.
Thank you, Mr. Tunde. Yeah, it's not as complex as people are thinking on delineating the boundaries of the discourse. Currently, even along the discourse, there is a boundary that disco A shared with disco B. In that boundary, the feeders are normally metered. You know what your disco consume and what the other discos consume when you deduct from the check meter at the transmission station. So it's not as complex as people think. Along the state boundaries, let's say Lagos State and Ogun State share a boundary. Now there are some feeders that emanate from Lagos going into Ogun State, which part is under Ikeja, part is under Ibadan Disco. Now, at the end of the day, Ibadan Disco has their own check meter at their own boundary. Ikeja has their own meter. Then at the TCNN, there is a check meter there. So in between, there are energy that is consumed, not as complex as it is. Secondly, on the regulation, it is the view of the ministry that power can be effectively served through the people at the sub-national level, and which all of us here will agree to. Thereby, the nation, NAC and the state electricity regulators must come together and find a way of regulating in the sectors in such a way that there won't be any conflict of interest on the regulation. And as you all know, normally federal law takes bound over the state laws, and it has to be not in conflict. That is on the regulations side. Then at the policy end, as the other speaker said, there is a need for stakeholders meeting with the federal government and find a way on how we can formulate a policy that will be good for all of us. And for the state level, some of the states in the northern region, they have a very high potential for renewable energy. They can easily tap into that and determine their own tariff based on whether they are to determine whether this power supply is for productive use or for just residential use. Because if you look at most of the states, they do their project based on political reason rather than commercial aspect of it. At the same time, how do they service the market commercially? These are the things that we need to incorporate into the policy when we are trying to come up with a holistic policy that will be good for the federal government, to the states, and all the other players. Then for the discourse, we need to formulate a policy whereby they have to consent part of their franchise to another franchisee, because some state, as you said, in the southeast, Enugu covers 5 states. When you go to Ibadan covers almost 6 states. Yola covers 4 states with a very long feeder, which they could not maintain. Once, if this market is being sublet to the state to come in, maintenance will be easier, collection will be improved. Every state will have their own CEO who will be competing with the other one to improve on the sector liquidity. That's my own submission.
Thank you very much. And it's clear that you're already thinking about these issues in your current role as Director of Distribution. There's something that you said that, I haven't come across in this conversation about state electricity markets, and I hope the rapporteurs are taking notes. Is this idea of metering across state lines. So the state boundaries should be metered. I haven't come across that. I know that there are meters across the network between discos, but I didn't realize that you could have, or it's feasible to have meters at the state boundaries. This is assuming that you don't even have any infrastructure there. You could actually put a meter at state boundaries across the entire network. If that is possible, I think maybe this is one of the things that the Honorable Minister could, put in a policy statement, a ministerial declaration, that for you to kick off a state electricity market, you would need to have meters at your state boundary. That could be something that you incorporate. I know Audio is yearning to respond to me. Maybe it already exists. Audio, do you want to respond to that?
Yes, I want to respond because that is a policy that has no bearing to states making their laws, and that policy would apply to the operators and not to the states. So the point I make is that there should be no impedance to states being able to set up their electricity markets with such policies mandating them to meter their boundaries. Those are for the operators. So where BDC wants to break up into BDC Edo, BDC Delta, then it's BDC as a successor company that would make sure that they have those check meters along their boundaries. The state regulator, obviously, as well, would also insist on that because they need to know the limits of their regulation. But from a policy perspective, it might be an advice, but not a recommendation or some form of proviso that it should be conditional to setting up state electricity markets. That's just where I wanted to intervene.
Okay, I take that. I take that. We should interrogate that further because if you are going to be cutting across states, if you're, I mean, that's clearly still within the ambit of the Honorable Minister. Because once you're dealing with the grid, you are still regulated by NERC. Is that correct?
Correct.
So we should look at that closely. Maybe not thrash it out on this call, but it's something that we should look at again. I value that contribution by Engineer Mustafa. I hadn't heard of the metering across by state boundaries. So that's a very helpful conversation. The other thing Engineer Mustafa said that I think we should pay very close attention to is that when you start dealing at state level, there's a lot more politics involved. So we need to, as much as possible, depoliticize this effort. And we need to look at the policy actions that will lead to us depoliticizing some of these efforts. And again, it could be a guidance. It might not be a strong recommendation or a ministerial declaration, but having states that are highly political, state electricity markets that really are driven by politics will be problematic for the states. So I noticed that I'm going to go to Mr. Prince Wilokori. I see you. I see that you raised your hand, but I want to take Dr. Adaju, and then I'm going to come back to you, Mr. Prince Wilokori. But please wait for us. Dr. Adaju, you're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to everyone.
So we really value, I know that there's a question that we had earmarked for you, but something else has evolved during the conversation. Audio mentioned that, in the off-grid, people are happily paying as much as 300 Naira per kilowatt hour for electricity. And therefore, many of those grids are viable and there's viability in any part of Nigeria if people are willing to pay 300 Naira per kilowatt hour. I'd like you to share your thoughts as someone who's operated in the off-grid space, that, if you have a state that is largely agrarian or rural, what sort of electricity market could you have in that type of environment? That, your people paying 300 naira per kilowatt. Could you, for instance, put together an electricity market in a remote part I don't want to use some states now because I might get attacked, but the remote parts of Nigeria and those states that are remote, can you put together a viable electricity market in a remote state in Nigeria? Let me throw that back at you, Dr. Adaju. Over.
Thank you so much once again, Chairman. I also, join the school of thought that believes that every market where there's energy demand is viable. And that has been my experience and some other players in the sector, particularly in very rural communities, even in places where the grid is not extended to. I'm sure almost 45% of Nigerians are not connected to the grid. They have some form of energy supply, either diesel or petrol generators, or even as low as kerosene lantern, candles, and some other means. So as long as energy is required and people are also already solving the energy needs somehow and paying for it, there will be, I believe there's viability. And now the issue will be what kind of electricity markets should we be looking at? And I also agree that, it should be multiple energy markets, okay? I don't think Nigeria should rely only on the grid. Off-grid and rural electrification strategies also comes in very strong to be able to create energy access for communities who are not connected to the grid or who are either underserved or unserved. So that should be, and like I mentioned, and even from your own experience, you recall several initiatives in Nigeria ongoing. Mini grids have been developed in very remote locations that you wouldn't have imagined. Maybe there will be an energy supply in another decade, but they're already having such supply. So for me, a viable way to do this will be to create a decentralized energy systems. I'll narrow down strictly to say, look, decentralized renewable energy systems and technologies in such communities, okay? Depending on the resources that is available. So maybe in the northern part of Nigeria, a lot of solar, solutions. In other parts where waste is being generated, it could be biomass or biogas or bioenergy. Where we have, flowing rivers and the rest could be, a small hydro power plants. Okay, so it's a mix of energy systems that I would recommend for very rural communities in Nigeria. That's, like you rightly mentioned there. Interestingly, in Lagos, let me also talk about Lagos. A study that was done shows that almost over 90% of Lagosians are either connected to the grid or near grid. However, the energy supply is limited. Averagely about 1,000 megawatts gets into the state. Meanwhile, there are decentralized energy systems already existing, over 15 gigawatts, basically generators. So that's also a market that's, though it's close to grid, but very likely a decentralized energy system, particularly renewables, will come in very handy to create energy access for everyone. So for me, it is a mix of business model, if I can use that word, with a lot of focus on decentralized renewable energy systems to be able to create, markets that will be viable in each market you get into. Either grid, if grid is best, why not grid? If it's decentralized, if it's off-grid completely, and then so be it. Yeah, so those are my thoughts about.
Thank you very much, Dr. Adaju. That's extremely helpful. I think in this conversation, And I'm going to come back to all the panelists at the end. Please have your paper and your biro. I would want all of you to come up with the policy recommendations for the Honorable Minister. If you are Minister Adelabu, based on everything that you've outlined here, what is the one policy that you would put in place to catalyze the state electricity market? So I'm going to come back to you, Dr. Adaju. And as we have that conversation about the markets, I think we should also pay attention to Nigeria. I hope most of us have traveled across the country. So Nigeria is not just Lagos, Kano, Port Harcourt, and Aba, or Enugu. There's a lot of rural, settlements, rural community. Most of it is rural. If you travel across Nigeria by road or by air, you will find that most of it is rural. So the electricity markets that we're talking about are not all going to be like Lagos or Kano or Port Harcourt. Yeah, they're more likely to be like Kogi, Kwara, Abia. So we should continue thinking about the markets and the conversations that are going on. There are about 10 states that have kicked off and moving very fast to kick off their markets, and Ekiti, Ondo, and others who are moving very, very quickly and may have not have done the type of work that Engineer Dushote described in Lagos. So Lagos for many, many years had done studies about its market. They had a full understanding of the demand. Dr. Jaju just quoted 15 gigawatts of diesel generation. That doesn't exist in any other part of Nigeria. So we need to think about that as we're responding. I want to take Prince Okori because I can't see his name again. I hope he's still on.
I'm here.
Okay. Please go ahead with your comments, sir.
Thank you for this. Thank you for this opportunity. I am of Electricity Consumer Protection Advocacy Center, and the center is an affiliate to Association for Public Policy Analysis. We've looked at the electricity sector. The question we ask is, why is it that the political parties do campaign at the political wards that are the rural communities where people cast votes? And then when leadership sets, elites take over, Nigeria looks as if it is between the political appointed and elected elites and the public servants. The citizens for whom the election is conducted are now pushed by the side. In the power sector, this is happening. I've read through these documents. I have not seen consumer engagement as a policy in this area. For instance, I want to talk about, is there any state-based consumer electricity investment analysis? I'll give you some examples here. There is a community in Imo State. They had no light for about 2 years, and bills were given to them by the electricity company, bill of about 2 million. We had an engagement in Owerri, and they came to me after that, and we went into it. The DISCO was collecting money for what they call transmission oil, 700,000, and then giving them the bill while they had no light. And at the end of the day, this community still provided their transformer. When we went into the matter, we discovered there was a problem. This is the kind of crisis that will come to this state engagement, to the state market we are talking about. The neighboring community said they spent 50 million to buy pole wire, even armored cables that went underground to put electricity in their community. And this other community wanted to access electricity through that area. They said they must pay them money before they will get that light. It was a problem. The civil defense had to come in, the police had to come in. There was much begging for that community. They said, where was the distribution company who will collect this money when this community is getting electricity, when they were spending 50 million to put electricity in their community? This is why there is need to listen to consumers in this policy. In Anambra, in Obosi, we had a program there. A community spent 9 million to make electricity work in their area. They had no light for 2 years. The moment the light came on, 2 months after, they were given 26 million naira as debt that owing to the DISCO to pay. As I'm speaking now, a young man in Asaba, Delta State, has spent 30 million naira to put poles, buy transformers, take electricity to a community where he built his house. And many people that are going to build around that area are now saying, how will they connect light? Does this man have the right to collect money to recover his investment before they will take the light? Or should the distribution company pay him back his money and not take charge of that network? So this is the reason there should be consumer-based investment analysis at the state level if this thing will work, so that there won't be so much crisis. Many manufacturers today bought their transformer pole and wire and connected. Unfortunately, whenever a policy decision on power is being done, nobody talks about consumer interest. Now, take for instance, every emphasis on policy on electricity is on GENCO, generation, distribution, transmission, embed. But these policies, who are they made for? They are made for consumers who will pay the bills at the end of the day. There is no ministry. Yesterday, I had Minister of Power talking. No department under Ministry of Power that drives implementation of consumer-related policy component of the Electricity Act, which is Section 119. No policy, no unit in the Ministry of Power. But you have units driving distribution, generation, transmission, and others. Now, nobody talks about the investment of these consumers. Apart from that, I've not heard about disco fraud analysis in the sector. What do I mean by disco fraud analysis? You will always hear about electricity theft. You hear about meter bypassing. Why will a disco violate the law? They don't respect any law. And this makes us begin to ask, who are the owners of these discos? That the NEC is even afraid of calling discos to order in most cases. NEC will tell you when matters are tough, that they are regulated, they should be at the middle. So when it comes to consumer issues, but when it comes to other issues, NEC will act. When it comes to increasing tariff, NEC will act. But when it comes to looking at how to drive the policies that will benefit the consumers, that one will not be taken care of because there's no unit driving it. If there was a unit like that standing on its own or under Ministry of Power, consumer-related issues would have been captured in this policy discussion that is going on since yesterday. Another one is, where is the legislative angle? Where is the legislative angle? Every senator or House of Reps member is representing a federal constituency that is in a state and a senatorial district that is in a state. And they are the ones that are bringing these policies. Is there a legislative intervention or a legislative engagement that will enhance their understanding of the sector so that in their oversight and their investigation functions, according to Section 88 of the Constitution, they can be able to see what is happening and monitor effectively? But we don't see that happen. Another one is, where is safety standards? Where do we have issues of safety standard and quality in this policy we are talking about? Oftentimes, I've heard since yesterday, everybody talks about reliability of the grid, stability of the grid. How can grid be stable when quacks are the ones installing transformers and connecting them to the grid at the weekends without adequate supervision by NEMSA? How can the grid be stable when all the cables and the equipment that are used, substandard equipments that are not measured by Standard Organization or tested by Standards Organization of Nigeria, and the customs allow these fake equipments to find their way through our ports to the markets? And these packs that are not certified by NEMSA go carry out installation. How can the grid be stable under that condition? So we have not really looked at this angle.
Mr. Principal, thank you very much. And look, I don't want to shut you down. I think this is a very important part of this conversation. And the way you are marshalling your points, I can see that you have it written down somewhere.
Hello. What I want,
Mr. Principal, what I was saying is, I can see that you have your points outlined and written down somewhere. So what I would suggest is, can you share those points with us? I've got a few policy recommendations here. One on consumer protection. I think that we should take that on board and look at it. And I think that the other issues that you've raised around safety and so on should also be considered. So what I'm thinking is, can you share the document that you seem to be reading, or if you don't have it in a document, what you're saying is very, very important, needs to be outlined in a document, but I think that we won't do justice to it on this call because we're now sort of running out of time. I can see that Mrs. Olani from the ministry is already telling us that she will reach out to you. So, but the last point that I'd like to make on this conversation is that there is no better way to engage than at the state level when you are thinking of consumer protection. I think that this law is more or less very favorable, extremely favorable, almost designed for consumer protection, because the states are closest to the consumers, they feel your pain, and they are able to respond quicker than a NERC will to the issues that you are raising. But thank you very much for your contribution. And again, I don't mean to shut you down. What you're saying, extremely important. I'm just very, very conscious of time, and we will come back to you. So thank you, Mr. Okori. What I'd like to do, I'm going back to, and I'm going to do this with everyone that's involved here, is, again, I'd like to say to panelists, if you were Minister Adelabu, and this is, don't restrict yourself to the questions that you've been asked now. What is that one policy recommendation or ministerial declaration that you would make? Oh, Dio, your hand is up as well. Okay, I will ask the question to the panelists. I'm going to come back to you panelists after Dio. But please start thinking about it, panelists. One policy ministerial declaration that you would make to support the evolution of state electricity markets in Nigeria. Dio, over to you. Please let Dio speak.
Hi, Tunde. Thank you very much. I'm sure you can hear me. I think that there's just one point that I just wanted to make that was very pertinent in a lot of the discussions that I've listened to, is really around the IRP. And I think we've discussed that, I've discussed that with you as well. And, our states are really driving towards creating the electricity market and the Electricity Act and laws. I think I'm very surprised that a lot of them are also not implementing an integrated resource plan. Because, to really understand your market without understanding your demand and your supply sources, where it's matching, what is off-grid, what is on-grid, what timelines are you going to have to connect the off-grid? I think, simply put, IRP has to be fundamental to any state electricity market. And we've discussed this, only Lagos has it. I've discussed with Frank. Frank is preparing one on a national level, which what we would have expected is that a lot of states are also keying in, and we're actually building bottom up like Lagos. And when you build bottom up, then you can now have a national integrated resource plan. Because even for me, what we are building as a national integrated resource plan, I truly don't accept, because it's almost like a desktop study, right? You're looking at every state and trying to figure it out without actually having a clear, detailed view building up from the state. So, my point, and I want other people to speak because I work closely with the minister already, is just the fact that without an IRP, it is very, very difficult for you to establish an electricity market. And I hope all those that are working on electricity market with the states can actually really focus on how they're going to develop an IRP in the short term. Thank you very much.
Dio, thank you very much. Like you work with the minister, so you have to be careful with what you say. I also have been very careful about talking about IRPs, because we help Lagos put together its IRP, and I don't want to come across as promoting our own design. So it's extremely important to have an IRP, and even if you don't have an IRP, you have to have something that, as you must do some studies, even if it is high level, to look at what your resources are within your state. Where is the offtake? And if you design the market, where would the buyers come from? Where would the sellers come from? Are they going to be viable? And, it's the entire market going to be viable. Do you have demand? Do you have resources? Are they mentioned that of the 7 states that he worked in, only 2 had resources or had any sort of near-term opportunity to start a market? We also don't want a scenario in which, and Ade said this yesterday, it was very important, where states do the 4 things that Odio mentioned. They pass a law, they set up these entities, the regulators, and the institutions that enable. And then they have all these people who are being paid and they're all established. And for 18 months, all they are doing is issuing licenses and there are no projects being done. And it's likely to happen. So the starting point for me is you must have some sort of high-level desktop stuff. If the IRP is the gold plate, but even if you are not going to do an IRP, you must do some high-level study. Does this thing even make sense? And people need to step back and look at our context. It's not every state in Nigeria that has a LOMA. It's not every state in Nigeria that has a water corporation. It's not every state that in Nigeria that has BRT, because it's not viable for some states to do those things. So we need to do the same thing with electricity. But thank you, Dio, for flagging that issue. It's very, very important. It's, as you can imagine, very controversial, and some states are very bullish about it. The attitude is, look, it's our state, it's our law, we can do whatever we like. I think from a policy standpoint, maybe it's to encourage, maybe the Honorable Minister is going to be in a position to encourage that every state has an IRP. Every state that intends to kick off an electricity market starts with an IRP. So let me move over to the panelists. Our panelists, this is for you. You understand the context. This is now looking for bringing everything home, looking for policy recommendation. And I'm looking for one recommendation from each of you. It doesn't have to be related to the question you've been asked. One recommendation. If you're Minister Adelabu, what would you do to kick off the state electricity markets? What policy would you put in place? And I'm going to start the way we started with the questions, start with audio. Audio, I hope you're still on. You're muted. Audio, you're muted.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Okay, great. In terms of policy recommendations, what I would advise, first of all, just to start, is that the issue of electricity is a concurrent matter. So that means the federal government can make laws and then the states can make laws independently of each other, right? So from a policy perspective, I think we should be looking at policies that do not infringe on the rights of states to make their electricity laws. Because whether we like it or not, states have a welfare, they have a duty to provide services to their people, whether viable or not. Electricity is a service. So states naturally will design, implement, and make the kind of laws that will enable them to provide that level of electricity to both the urban, those that are viable, and then the areas that are not viable within their states. Because now we can talk from that responsibility. Everybody goes to the federal government for that. Well, once you give that responsibility to the states, it's a lot easier for them, and then that responsibility is on them to meet. But from a policy perspective, I will still have on that interministerial committee, because only when you start to interrogate each of the states that are ready, you do know the peculiar issues. You've highlighted some of the broad issues, right? But I can tell you, a lot of the states just want to make sure there's service to their people. And even if it means their ability to invest in feeders that the districts have left for 10 years, 15 years without any service. You just want to be able to have that right to do that and provide that service. You want to have that legal obligation to create regulatory service. They also just want to, so from a policy perspective, that interministerial committee is something that will engage with all the stakeholders at micro level that will enable most of these things to spell out. Prince Okori spelled out a number of these things. And I think we should not ignore what he said. The consumer protection thing is also something, policy is something we should also consider as well. But not something that will impose a regulation on the states to implement. I think states should be given the free hand to do the laws and operate the market as they so wish. But that interministerial committee is so important because it then starts to break down the conversation and identify state-specific issues, state market-specific issues that states may need the federal government intervention. Thank you.
Thank you. But when you say intermini, do you mean like intergovernmental? Because it would then be the Minister of Power and the states, yeah?
Yes. So the Minister of obviously would lead that. But you would have, that's where you would have a net. For instance, now I'm at the Marriott when to doing something similar. So the first question states are asking themselves, okay, where do they engage? Who do they engage with? Because it's almost similar. We're having similar conversations. And this is the Federal Ministry of Power, this is NERC, and you're wondering why are states being called upon to have the same conversations all over again without any conversation as to the actual transition issues that they will face or that they need to meet or that they need to implement.
So let's define this a bit more, and I please indulge me. So are you saying that the Honorable Minister should be the coordinator of this transition arrangements? Should he be the coordinator? Because you just mentioned that there's NERC, there's states, everybody's all over the place. So intergovernmental committee that coordinates everything, coordinates the transition to state electricity markets. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, I'm suggesting Go ahead, please.
Can I contribute to this? Can I contribute to this?
No, Mr. Princeville, no. Yeah, what you are going to contribute is you are going to give me your own policy statement, one statement, like he's done. So please go ahead, Audio.
So my view is that the minister should actually chair the transition committee. Because NERC is a regulator. But you have state governors, state governments as well, who also deal on policy. So as the federal government or as the Federal Ministry of Power is responsible for policy, you also have state ministries of power as well that are responsible for policy. So on the policy side, there has to be that firm handshake. And the policy will guide regulation. That's why the minister has to be at the top of that transition committee. And it should not be left to NERC. It is not a regulatory process alone. It is a policy and regulatory process.
Policy coordination, national policy coordination. Thank you very much. That's very clear. Let me go to Larry. Larry, one, and if you are moved to give us two policy recommendations, we'll take it. Larry, policy recommendation, your Honorable Minister, what would your recommendation be?
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon again. I think a wise man said a long time ago that if you don't know where you're going, then it doesn't matter which direction you face, because you really don't know. So we need to start from where we're going. And the gentleman who works with the minister stole my thunder. I think I've been talking about RPs for a very long time. The good thing about it is many states cannot afford to fund an RP by themselves right now. Apart from Lagos as well, every single state in Nigeria is combined together and has one disco that cuts across many states, multiple states. And where does the minister have his policy area? It's in interstate matters, not matters within the states. So today, if you look at an Ibadan disco that covers about 4 states, the minister has a responsibility to deal with the interstate issues. So those are the areas where the policy must then lie, where he then can actually fund the IRPs in those areas or support the funding of the IRPs in those areas, because it's up to him again to try and help to address all the issues that have to do with those interstates. Now, we spoke about check meters. The discos do it today. Are the states going to do something similar? Well, the discos by law have to create subsidiaries that exist only within certain states. So they're going to be doing arm's length business within themselves, meaning, for example, if Ikeja Disco supplies electricity to a part of Ogun State, which they indeed do, they would have to report that area to Ogun State. And it's going to be a self-reporting, if you will. And they're going to, or they could also be convinced to sell off that portion of their disco assets to Ibadan, because in truth, what the discos own jointly, what the discos own, and the federal government is a shareholder today of record in those discos, is the assets that the discos have. In terms of, and I've had this argument very many times when people talk about ownership of markets, and there's no ownership of markets, there's only ownership of assets. The markets are to whoever they want to go to.
And that's what the law is clear about that. Today, the discos have a bundled license where they can both transmit or transport and sell electricity. The minister should simply focus on ensuring that we know where we're going. For example, what exactly is the energy that's being sold in, what's the energy that's being demanded in every single one of these states for the next few years? What exactly is it? What market are we trying to serve? And I think if the minister can have a policy that says that he's going to create an IRP in all of those markets, I think it would be a step in the right direction, because now we actually see somebody that's serious about addressing a market or even identifying what the market is that they want to address. And I think those areas are where the minister should stay. To say the minister is interfering with the state, it's not going to interfere with the state. In fact, the states, once they realize the budget requirements for establishing an electricity market, will come to the minister to say, can you please come and interfere? Without a doubt, they will. Because when I've sat in meetings where some states were talking about taking over disco assets because of the existing investment, that's not going to help the market. It's going to disrupt the market, if anything. And by the way, when they're done talking about it, they're never going to do that. And after all has been said and done, more will have been said than done. The focus should be on universal access to electricity. And how do you do that? It's by determining where the infrastructure gaps are, what the commercial gaps are, and trying to address them. Now, no state, because this was mentioned in the beginning, no state is going to create a subsidy for electricity within their states. They simply cannot afford it. No state has the balance sheet to be able to afford that. So all states, again, are going to have to look at creating a viable market. And when I say viable market, today I'm burning electricity in my house and I'm using that and I'm paying 350 naira per kilowatt hour. I'm paying for that electricity already. And if you look at all the other states in Nigeria, how can we bring that price down for everybody that is using alternative sources? And somebody once said to me that the people who are paying the highest price for electricity in Nigeria today are the people who can afford it the least. That's the people who are dependent on solar mini grids, if you will, or people who are burning fossil fuels and paying for it. If you look at the amount that they are spending per kilowatt hour, it's higher than anybody else that's connected to the grid, at least if they're not a band-aid customer. And even then, we'll go into that in another forum, the unviability of that whole band-aid discussion. But what I think the minister should focus on right now is looking at the areas that are within his purview, the interstate matters, right, and the establishment of markets and the ability to seamlessly transit from a federal market, a national market, to a state market. Now, the other thing is, not every state, and like I said, I expect that the states are going to come to the minister for support. Not every state is ready to form their own market. Not because they don't want to politically, but because they simply cannot. Because what's a state market for electricity is really just the framework, the legal framework that you're going to create that's going to guide the trading of the market of electricity within your state. And like I said, that market of electricity is no longer going to be central generation, central transmission, and distribution. It's going to be a hybrid mix of separate distributed generation infrastructure all over the place as it already exists today. And those are the things that we must try and look at, try and create a scale for, right? Such that my diesel generator that's supplying just me can maybe supply on my neighbors. At the same time, my price can come down from 350 kilowatts to maybe 180, because rather than run my diesel generator for 4 hours a day, I can run it 24 hours a day, supply people who need it when I don't need it. Because when people talk about energy transition and people start saying gas is the future for fuel for energy transition, let me tell you what the truth is. In Nigeria, especially in Lagos, the fuel for energy transition is diesel for now. Let us be clear. There are companies in Lagos, right? If I count 13 companies in Ikeja who have enough diesel capacity to supply the entire Ikeja. 13 companies have enough diesel capacity to supply the whole of Ikeja. They're not doing it today, because to do it, they have to then go to the discos, sell it to the discos. Discos then have to find a market for it. What the IRP does is establish that this infrastructure exists, looks at the market and looks at the best way to inject this electricity into the market. This infrastructure exists. We're not trying to buy them. They already exist. How can we create a scheme that helps everyone identify the resources that they currently have, right? And help them to put it into the market. And I think this is something that the minister can do across the country, because many states are not going to try and do it. It's not only solar. The diesel already exists. If you ask, last time I asked, in the past 3 years, we have imported 24 gigawatts of diesel generators in Nigeria. In the past 3 years alone, that is in Nigeria. Where are they? They're all sitting idle. They're not being run. Can we leverage all of these assets? Can the minister go to the customs or NERC and find out how many diesel generators were imported into Nigeria? Where are they?
The guy was laughing at you because you want the minister to go and do an audit of generators across the country. I mean,
but let's start from here, right? Before those generators are imported, number one, you have to have NERC clearance. Number two, customs reports all of them. So we have the data of all the generators. We need to do an audit. He already has them. But we're not running them.
Let's take this. Larry, I'm conscious of time. Thank you very much for your contribution. I took 2 policy recommendations from you. The IRP for states and then the IRP across states. Yeah. So national planning across states. Let me move on to Ade. And Ade, the question is, Ade Fadeibi, that is, the question is, one policy recommendation. You are Minister Adelabu. What would you do? A ministerial declaration that is going to help the electricity market, the state electricity markets. Over.
Thank you. So I'm going to be very time sensitive. So I won't, or time conscious. So I won't talk about what people have already touched on. I'll just very quickly say the states, no state, including Lagos, Ogun, Abia, or any of the states that think in the next 10 to 20 years are going to be ready to unplug Federal Ministry of Power and plug their state as the sole providers of power to their states. Currently, let's look at our reality. The state residents, commercial and industrial, residential, today are enjoying power derived from the grid. So they have discos providing power, TCN, all from this national grid. They also have states trying to enter. And then they have generator providers like Meccano and everybody also in that same space. I'm using Lagos as an example. Some states have hydro, different things. Let's understand that as a reality, and then let's form policies for the states to enter the state markets to happen successfully. What we want is sustainability. So in developing a sustainability framework, one thing is essential, and you can tell from all our conversations, we use different words. Dayo has used IRP, Larry has used a different word in terms of knowing where you're going. If you don't know where you're going, you're not getting it. So what does that mean? In terms of demand side policy, there needs to be a clear, I don't want to call it a fund, but a policy that allows for this national, so there's never going to be a disco IRP, a state IRP, a federal IRP. It's of no benefit. There's only one single accurate IRP. So we can get a consultant or a couple of consultants to go in under the powers. And like I said, because the powers today are under the Federal Ministry of Power, instead of spending time arguing over which of us, the states, has more power, I think we actually need each other, especially federal at this stage, to work in consultation with the setting to get the most accurate demand side IRP, if you want to call it, or demand focused IRP, the most accurate for everybody. That means every provider to use. As you increase more state capacity, and by the way, states also have to work on bilateral agreements in some areas with existing GenCos that are participating in the NESI, but also have some stranded capacity that they can give to the states. So there are different models. That's an example of something that will not rely on the grid. But you need the federal to understand that the federal is not about to use that capacity that you're about to sell to states. So again, states already have on the ground. What do states have? They have on the ground access, engagement with their different residents, land use charge, security, transportation, healthcare. Today, they are servicing residents, they clean their roads, refuse. So that model is what the state is going to bring with or without knowing to that the federal does not have. So I think this sustainability framework is very important because there is a national excitement by every state. It seems like a headline that power has come, I'm going to join power. I'm going to give my people power. But the truth is, I think Larry also pointed it out, once they see what it takes, does the budget alone to kick off? Some of them might go back inside and close the door. So again, that would be my idea. I don't know if I was able to pass that across.
Yeah, I'm aligned with that. I think that's clear. the IRP or some sort of plan, sustainability framework, something that is demand-driven and makes it viability. It's the same words that we've been using since we started this conversation. So
yes, it stays in the
sorry.
register of the federal ministry. The register of the federal ministry. It's not a competition for there to be a better understanding of the demand side of Lagos State or your state. There is no advantage to it, the state having a better one than the disco having a better one. One is going to just be going and diluting before one. There's no sheet to mark the state did better than the disco. That funding of that plan, on understanding of the problem before you can before you can look at the plan, is something that the consultant today can be asked under the powers of the federal ministry to immediately demand that the disco to provide what they have so far. Mechanics provide whatever they're using to ship 224 gigawatts of generators to the country. They can demand everybody that is coming through those borders or with whatever material to provide whatever plan they have. And somebody can look at that plan. And then instead of starting from the scratch, that person can just verify and do some spot checks so that we have one single good plan, which is needed for investors, by the way. So the investment policy will be the next one. But because if the state is investing and the investors out there are not looking at the states, something is not right. So it means we're wasting money. Thanks.
I think, thank you very much, Ade. Thank you very much for that. I think let's move on to Engineer Mustafa. Engineer Mustafa, what I'm looking for is policy direction, a ministerial declaration. Suddenly you are the Minister of Power. What is the ministerial declaration that you're going to give?
Yeah, thank you very much. In fact, I agree with what the last speaker has said. The first thing that we need to do as a policy direction is for the discourse to be unbundled along network and retail business, so that when you unbundle it in that way, there will be an effectiveness at all the states level. Then for the state electricity, there should be a policy that any state that imports electricity from the grid should be made accountable for the energy being consumed by the MDS and paid for, not as a political power that they normally glamour for. These are the two policy recommendations I will make. One, discourse should be unbundled along network and retail business. Second one, state electricity market should be accountable for any power that they import from the national grid. Then, if a state is generating or exporting electricity out of the state, somebody who is taking it, either the disco or another disco is taking it, must be accountable for them. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Engineer Mustafa. And this is really amplifying the point you made earlier about metering at state boundaries. I think that's a very clear policy statement that the minister can make. So we take Odio's point that this will be intrusive of the state's powers. But if we also listen to Larry, he talked about how across states, policy making is still within the ambits of the honorable minister, and it's perfectly within his rights to make policies for metering across state borders. So, yes. So I'm going to take Dr. Adaju, but I understand there are questions in the Q&A box. Moderate Calixta. After Dr. Adaju, can we have 16 minutes, but after Dr. Adaju, please, let's take those questions. Dr. Adaju, policy statement. Yeah, Minister Adelabu, over to you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I will be very brief. And two very quick ones, and both feeds into what panelists, even from yesterday till now, talked about. Number one, let me talk about yesterday. If you might talk about several data platforms that we have, in the country, both at states and also at, federal level. Some of them I wasn't even aware until she mentioned them yesterday. So first thing is to find a way of how we can consolidate all the data platforms and information, across, the country and also for the market. The second one is around conflicts and conflict resolution. Clearly, there are varieties of stakeholders in the broader, sector reforms that we're having, and also the state markets that we're discussing. They're going to be consumers, for example. There are going to be project developers. There will be states. There will be state regulators versus federal. There will be issues around price, tariff settings, even energy mix, because some states might want to just, generate energy to meet that need. Meanwhile, the federal government has also signed and, has its own NDC, plans for net zero 2060. So, how do we, achieve a very robust, conflict resolution mechanism? So, Odion talked about an intergovernmental agency. So maybe it should also be one of the very strong objectives or mandates of such a body to ensure that we have a very robust conflict resolution mechanism to enhance the transition to state markets. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Segun. Mr. Okori, I'm going to come back to you, but I have the Honorable Commissioner from Oyo State, Mr. Ashamu, who's raised his hand. But then after that, we'll come to you, Mr. Okori. Over to you, Mr. Ashamu, Honorable Commissioner.
Thank you so much for letting me make this comment, and I'll try to be as brief as possible. I've listened to a lot of the discourse, and I just want to make these comments. I think it's necessary for the Committee of States, of which there are 36, to be given certain credence that yes, the right thing will be done. As Odion has said, states are different, have different comparative advantages, and the development plans and the speed at which different states are going to get to the end goal, well, of course, will be different. My singular recommendation, and it really dovetails onto the point that was made by the last speaker before Mr. Adaju, is that the policy outcome really needs to be the delineation of the discourse along state boundaries. And then, of course, with that, you can then start to develop interstate and regional markets. It's only when this is done that a subnational discourse will actually yield fruit and will be productive. The issue of viability, I don't think we should see as a red herring. It boils down to whether we see electricity as a commercial utility or as a social service. And I think that is the hybrid model that all states ultimately are going to have to adhere to and will follow. There will be politics involved. And it really just boils down to the development plan that each state has in its mind. And that's just a necessary part of development and of the rollout. So as an example, in Oyo State here, we have our own development plan. We know where we intend to grow the capital to. We know where the next economic clusters are. Without distribution infrastructure following that or aligning with that, there's continuously going to be an issue. And it's that handshake between the federal government and the committee of the 36 states that needs to take place. It's a concurrent issue, as I see the law today. And there needs to be central coordination where instead of a NERC, for instance, dictating how things should go, there's been a regime change today, and we need to find a way of making it work under the laws that have been put in place and that were signed in the last 2 years. I think really this needs to be taken back down to the people. And I hear, the integrated resource plan and all of these different things, and it's fantastic. And these are the things that we need to do. But it has to be with the discourse. So just to bring it all back, the first thing is that the discourse needs to be need to be mandated to delineate along state lines. That's really my comment, and that's the thrust of what I have to add. Thank you.
Well, it's always good to have a senior government official participate in these things. And this has been, before you joined, this question of should there be delineation across all the discos? That position is supported by Audio. And then the former commissioner for Lagos and both Adefa Deibi have taken the position that not all states will ultimately have electricity markets. So we have a dichotomy, and I don't think we're going to resolve it here in the next 9 minutes. But I wanted to quickly, thank you very much, Honorable Commissioner Ado. I take your point, and we really like your alignment with the suggestion that there should be some intergovernmental committee, and you used the phrase or the words committee of states. Maybe, politically there can be a way that those two things become one, where you have this intergovernmental team that is also part of the committee of states, and together we're working towards this objective of rolling out the electricity market. So I will come back to that, and the rapporteurs, Daya and others should be taking note of that. It's definitely an issue that should be addressed. I want to take Mr. Okori, and then we're going to go very quickly back to the questions on the platform. Mr. Okori, over to you. Please, Mr. Okori, policy statement. Yeah, Minister Adelabu. What policy statement? Yeah, thank you.
Yes. Number one, I want to suggest State Electricity Market Transition Committee. If the minister can come up with State Electricity Market Transition Committee under his control or his supervision. And under that, I want to suggest there could be consumer-based analysis of disco performance 2013 to 2023. Because that analysis will give a clear picture of the position of consumers in what is happening, and it can help in building confidence and integrating consumer views in the policy as we go forward. Part of which will be capacity building for community leaders and consumer groups on the state electricity market. If you watch, there is a National Power Training Institute, but the training they do is for PISCOs, GENCOs, TCN. We had organized a program with them some time ago where NEC attended and other stakeholders. It was recommended then that they should build up a training, capacity building program for consumers, groups, and community leaders so that they can understand this sector and be able to relate well with the discourse. That will help in checking electricity theft and meter bypassing. It will help in checking vandalism because it will make the community people and the consumer groups understand the challenges in the sector and understand their stake in the sector and know that they should have ownership of equipment and infrastructure that is provided for this service in their various areas. By so doing, there will be a kind of unity or harmony between them and the service providers, rather than them seeing service providers like a team of exploitation, a group, or the service providers seeing them the other way. As it stands today, there's no synergy between community groups and the discos, and it's affecting collection because the community leaders can help in collecting this money or making their people pay their revenue because they know who is where they are, and they can help in even instigating their disconnection and defend the disco. They can help in identifying those who are bypassing and those who are stealing or those who are vandalizing. Because even if you want to arrest those who vandalize, you need community people, assistance, information and assistance to identify the culprits and get them. So to also discipline the discos to perform well or service providers to perform well, you need information, evidence-based information from the people they are serving on the demand side, which is the community people and consumers of the service. That's what I want to suggest. So one is State Ministerial Transition Committee, then followed by consumer-based analysis of disco performance. We cannot take disco performance based on what discos have said or what NEC or the ministry has said. Whatever they've said, we now look at the non-state actors who are the consumers at the other side, use their own information to evaluate the true position or the true picture of the sector. Then for the sector to really function well, there is need for capacity building because there is no enlightenment and awareness enough for them to understand the sector. That's all I want to suggest.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Okori. I'm really grateful for your contribution. Just to clarify, I'm not going to come back to you. You said State Electricity Market Coordination Committee. My thoughts are that seems to be the same thing as the Intergovernmental Committee for the States that Audio proposed. And then there's also a committee of states that the Honorable Commissioner mentioned. My thought is, you now have too many platforms. Maybe it should all be merged into one, and we'll find the right words to describe it. But there should be one coordination point. I think we get that. Madam Tauba, let me come to you, but we have 4 minutes to go, and there are people who have put questions in the box. So I'm going to come to you. Let's quickly respond to those questions, and then we'll come to you if we have time. So the open questions, and thank you, Dio, and others for answering the questions on the platform. Calixta, thank you very much. But the open questions are, the first one is, can you have a regional regulator? I don't believe that's within the ambits of the current law, but let me throw that at Audio and possibly Larry. Is there room for a regional regulator? Audio first and then Larry.
Okay. I don't think there is any room for a regional regulator, simply because, first of all, the laws that the states will make are within their territory, number one. Number two, the issues that the states even have to deal with to regulate their market are sufficient to keep them busy, right? So from a regional regulation perspective, I would not even suggest or advocate for that direction. In terms of trying to save cost, it doesn't save cost at all. It just means that you have more bureaucracy in terms of having to work within the laws that each of the states in this regional pool would make.
Audio, I'm sorry to interrupt you. I think the context is, if you have a regional electricity market, can you then have a regional regulator? So if the Southeast decides
you can't even have a regional electricity market. You can't. The Constitution and the law does not permit you to have it. So you can't go and amend the EA to say create regional electricity markets. We don't have.
If the state houses of assembly of all the states come together and say we want to do this,
the Constitution is very precise. The state house of assembly can agree to make a law within its territory. It's very precise. It doesn't say
all right.
Region.
Thank you for that, Audio. Sorry, is there any contrary view on that? Maybe Larry, do you have a contrary? If you have a contrary view only.
Oh, I do.
Original regulators.
Oh, I most definitely do.
Okay, let's hear it.
Up until last year, you could not have a state electricity market, right? And we went after a state electricity market deliberately. So the question is, can we have a regional electricity market? Under the current dispensation, it's not clear. However, can we do it practically? Yes, we can. If Lagos State establishing an electricity market and the Ogun State House of Assembly decides that it wants to join that market, nothing stops it from doing it. There's nothing in the law that says they cannot do it. There's nothing in the law that says they can do it. There's nothing that says they cannot. So my expectation is that we're actually going to develop into regional electricity market from states. The only thing that will stop it from happening is politics. But I think the reality of the market is going to lend itself to that regional electricity market.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Let's take the next question from Zainab Dati. Not all states will have profitable, viable electricity model to sell within. Many states might not have the demand to offset the cost of it. However, in a situation where, for example, Abia State is generating more than it requires and would like to sell to Imo State, and hypothetically Imo has a market and an energy state law policy, will a tripartite agreement between the states and Enugu Disco be the structure? And is it available in the Electricity Act? Does NERC get involved in such a situation? Alternatively, what is the provision if Abia State and River State and MOU to sell/buy but are in two different discos. Well, this person has packed a lot of questions into one. But I guess the answer is really cross-border sales will still be regulated by NERC. I mean, that would be my own response to this, because she's looking at several states and cross-border sales of electricity between states. So my reaction would be cross-border sales of electricity will be regulated by NERC. Larry or somebody else who has a passion for this, Larry, do you want to take a stab at this?
I agree with you, right? NERC is the regulator that was created by the National Assembly, and it is National Assembly's responsibility to make laws on interstate electricity matters, if you will. Yes, NERC will be responsible, but again, NERC's remit is to improve electricity supply, not to curtail electricity supply. It's also to improve the market and not to stop the market from moving. So I doubt that NERC will not want to participate and make that happen.
Okay, thank you for that. What happens in the case of states where this Bio de Akamolafe, where electricity distribution is not unitary, meaning multiple discos operating within a single state? Well, this is not really. I don't know if you want to take that, but it doesn't seem like
Lagos, if that's what your question is. Today in Lagos, we have two distribution companies. Is that the question? Yeah. It's not a problem.
What then happens? What then happens when Electricity Act kicks off?
No, so today we have two distribution companies in Lagos with two separate areas. Now, again, distribution companies today are defined by their ownership of assets. In Jos, which is the other example, two distribution companies also own assets, but they're not separated by geography. And they operate without issues. So I don't see how that's going to be a problem.
It's not. It's not.
We have precedents.
It's not.
We have similar stuff in Edo.
Where in Edo?
Yes, Osisioma. Correct.
You have Osisioma, you have BDC. Or your state will soon have that situation where you have the election guys and then you have IB. So you're going to have this situation play out. And this is actually what we need to realize. That state electricity markets are not necessarily about success or dispute. It's about licensing, allowing innovation, market competition, and driving electricity access as much as possible, and allowing private capital to develop the electricity sector within that space. So once we see from that perspective, a lot of the challenges that we think on face, we will look at them in a much better perspective. But multiple discos in one geographical location, that is the model you're going to have, and they will serve different clusters of customers.
Thank you very much. I want to summarize, but I think I should give Mr. Talba an opportunity to say a few words. Mr. Talba, our preference will be for you to give us a policy recommendation, but over to you.
Well, thank you very much. I just want to make one or two observations. Maybe one is the issue about the regional electricity market. You made mention of the fact that this is a kind of a transaction that goes beyond the state, which is supposed to be regulated by the national regulator. And I believe while I think the national regulator can look into that. Though the mention of regional regulation as electricity market, but where the convenience end up
Sir, you're going in and out. I can barely hear you. I don't know if others can hear you.
Okay, sorry.
Okay, now I can hear you.
You can hear me now. No, I said yes. the regional electricity market. My opinion is that this is something within the regulatory purview of the national regulator, and where the circumstance warrants that it is convenient for the national regulator to go about kind of establishing that. I believe it's not something against the law or the constitution. That is one. And two, I would like to suggest that, like what Shegun said, the resolution, kind of framework, because surely there will be a time where there will be conflict between the federal and the state, or the states and the states. That should be captured in the policy framework. Also, the act has provided for a platform where the national regulator will be meeting with the state regulators. I think this is something good. Maybe even the issue of dispute should be kind of considered within that concept. But I think this is something that I would like I would like to ask a question.
Thank you very much, sir. So I think that we've had a very robust conversation. There are more questions coming in, but I think that, you know, we now need to bring this conversation to a close. I can see Victor nodding there. He's probably had a very long day. So bringing this conversation to a close, we've got a lot of policy recommendations here from this conversation, but I wanted to hone in on 4 of them that, you know, resonate with me and you know, would be helpful to the Honorable Minister and his team. So the first is that there needs to be some coordination. The names, you know, it's been called a committee of states, intergovernmental committee, you know, different names for it, but basically there's need for coordination for these state markets to work, and coordination from the policy side. We are aware of the regulatory coordination that's going on. And you know, we're aware of the efforts of NERC, but there's a clear demand here to have policy coordination under the Honorable Minister. I understand there's a question that we got totally wrong. Daya, do you want to speak to that? Which question did we get totally wrong?
No, I said that there's someone made a comment that I'm afraid we are getting this totally wrong. So maybe it's just good to find out what that person meant, even if we have 1 minute, because it's always good to also get this feedback that is right on the total edge of it. So I just thought I would let you.
Yes, can we have Mr. Larry Elatuyi? Can he be unmuted? IT, can you unmute Mr. Larry Elatuyi? Let's find out why he thinks we're totally wrong. Mr. Elatuyi, I hope you are still on.
Mr. Elatuyi, if you can open your mic, grant you authorization to speak. He's on mute. He's muted.
Mr. Elatuyi, we would like you to unmute yourself if you can hear us. Well, maybe he thinks we got it right
He's
now.
around. I'm not sure he's around.
Maybe.
All right, fair. All right, thanks, Tunde.
All right. Okay. All right. So I see that there were 2 other questions that, you know, sort of must have popped in. Mr. Mobolaji Aliko, if Ekiti and Ondo States want to have some electricity agreement, NEC could be at the table, but should not be a stumbling block to the corporation. If, for example, all the Southwest want such a regional against NEC should be at the table, but should know that cooperation is to expand access and increase, but not constrict them. That's an interesting thought. But I think the point, though, for Mr. Aluko is that cross-border sales will remain under NERC's control, basically. So if an entity, a generator in Ekiti is selling to a distributor in Ondo, that transaction is regulated by NERC and not the 2 state regulators. I think that's the point to make there. But I will stop. And, you know, thank you all. We're now 10 minutes over time. Just to summarize the 4 points that resonate with me very clearly. The first is that there's need for coordination. And, you know, it's been recommended that the Honorable Minister leads that coordination. And this is coordination on the policy side. It apparently doesn't exist. From all indications, the law doesn't capture that policy coordination. So we see that it's necessary. The second thing is the need for an IRP or some study or evaluation to validate the assumptions of the states that their markets will be viable. And there's a strong push for the Honorable Minister to lead that policy direction, that each state should have some sort of IRP or early stage study. Then there's a third one, which is a subset of the second, that with regard to cross-border state, intrastate and interstate, and regional transactions, this falls squarely under the Honorable Minister's purview, and the Honorable Minister is encouraged to set policy direction to put together an IRP for regional and interstate transactions. Then there is a big push to have the discos unbundled. One approach is that the discos should be unbundled into functional areas, one for network and one for commercial. And then there's another one from the Honorable Minister from Oyo State, pushing that all the discos across the 36 states should be unbundled across state lines. And so that's another thing that has popped up. And then the last thing that came out of Dr. Adagio and others is dispute resolution framework, that there's need for a clear mechanism for resolving disputes across board between states, between national and states, and between the different stakeholders and players who operate in this new market. I'll stop there. I think this has been a very engaging conversation. I've really enjoyed engaging you all. And I thank the organizers and the panelists who contributed immensely to this conversation. I'm going to hand over to Victor, who will tell us the next steps, because this conversation will again continue into May. Over to you, Victor, to wrap up. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tunde. Again, you didn't disappoint on the level of engagement, and you being everyone that has been on this call, the panelists, the participants, the chair, moderator, and others that have supported the process. Thank you very much. We've harvested a lot of recommendations. And please be rest assured that these recommendations, like has done over and over again, will go into the NIPSIP document. We will be discussing a lot of the discussion recommendations that come out of the sessions we're holding at the main event that is going to take place 7th and 8th of May. I see a lot of return participants. I'd like to say thank you for coming back again and again. It shows that you are enjoying the engagements here. We have 2 more sessions to go. Tomorrow is day 3 and the last day I will have sessions E and F. Like you see on my screen, we're just concluding with session D. I will take sessions E and F tomorrow. The conversation continues with engaging topics again. Tomorrow we'll have some discuss around climate change, just energy transition, and essentially driving a low carbon economy. And finally, on same Wednesday in the afternoon, we'll have discussions around human capital development, national content development, and a lot more. Prince will be a panelist on session F, and a lot of your points sit very well within this session. So we'll be looking forward to your engagements again on Wednesday. Thank you very much. Be reminded that this is Africa Energy Marketplace held in partnership with the Ministry of Power. And there is full support to ensure that everyone's contribution goes into the policies that will drive the development of the sector going forward. Thanks, and we hope to see you again tomorrow. Bye for now.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye-bye.